have U.S. citizen children or U.S.
I'm gonna wait for people to actually start showing up. I see one viewer on. So please let me know that you guys are in the chat, and then we can get this show started. Sorry I'm late. Stuff with my kid. Yeah. Yeah, they're those moments when you're parenting and you're just so unsure of what to do. Sometimes you think that your kid might be better off if you weren't parenting them. Sometimes it's that. And other times you're just banging your head against the wall because you can't figure out how to help your kid. You know? Well, I don't see anybody typing anything on screen, so if nobody's in here, I will not be doing a live tonight. Talking to myself, I could, do that anytime. So let me know in the chat if anybody shows up so we can do this live.
citizen spouse, or and you don't want to separate them, then let's deport the U.S. citizens. When you talk about mass deportations, people think, oh, it's just going to be the criminals. There's not enough criminals, aliens in the federal prison system for it to be mass deportations.
And again, once again, my chat is not frickin' working. Isn't that fantastic? I'm gonna have to tomorrow the show the stream is gonna be down for a couple hours. I gotta fix whatever is wrong with this system here. It's having issues. Like I see nobody. I have to jump in on my phone to see anybody. So I see Daniel and Colette, but my viewership shows 0 or 1, with 2 views. So I don't know what's going on with this stupid stream, but I gotta work on some stuff on the computer anyhow. So tomorrow the show or the stream will be out, off for a few hours at least.
They have U.S. citizen children or U.S. citizen spouse, or and you don't want to separate them, then let's deport the U.S. citizens. When you talk about mass deportations, people think, oh, it's just going to be the criminals. There's not enough criminals, aliens in the federal prison system for it to be mass deportations. What it means is grandmothers. What it means is brothers and aunts. What it means is abuelos y abuelas. It means dreamers. It means your family members. It means your colleagues.
Well, the propaganda war has begun. Here with more is America's next border czar. Tom Homan is with us. Tom, welcome back to the program. Great to have you. Are you planning on deporting American citizens?
No, exactly not. Look, the view, it's like the island of misfit toys. They don't know what the hell they're talking about. President Trump has made it clear. We will prioritize public safety threats and national security threats first. And that's what the focus will be. And there's over 1.5 convicted criminal aliens in this country with final orders removal that we're going to be looking for. There's thousands of gang members, illegal alien gang members we're going to be looking for. Now, I'm going to say, if you're in the country illegally, you shouldn't feel comfortable. Absolutely not. I won't feel comfortable if I'm in the country illegally. If I'm in some other country illegally, I'm not going to be comfortable. You shouldn't be comfortable either, because when you enter this country illegally, you have committed a crime. You are a criminal, and you're not off the table.
By the way, let me play this. This is CNN's fear of Elon Musk. Listen to this.
Mar-a-Lago has basically been brimming for the last 2 days, I'm told, with two kinds of people. Those angling for a job and those who are trying to influence Trump into hiring their picks. But one person has loomed over all of that. His name is Elon Musk.
Oh, my.
Multiple sources tell me tonight that Musk has been seen at Mar-a-Lago nearly every single day since Donald Trump won.
Oh, no.
Dining with him on the patio at times. Today, they were seen on the golf course together. Musk has been in the room when world leaders have called Trump. And tonight, we've learned he's also weighing in on staffing decisions, making clear his preference for certain roles even. Publicly tonight, Elon Musk is backing Florida Senator Rick Scott as the next leader of the Republican conference to replace Mitch McConnell.
Which he didn't
While
get.
Musk himself is still not expected to take any kind of formal position inside Trump's administration, given how complicated it would be with his companies, what's becoming clearer tonight is that he doesn't really need to, with one source telling me Elon Musk is having just as much influence from the outside.
Wow, how bad is that? The Edison of our time is trying to help the president recreate the golden era that Edison benefited from, and so did all of us. Wow, that's a problem. Not Elon Musk. Not a guy who I disagree with a lot on some things and agree with a lot on some things. Probably one of the more reasonable billionaires out there. Yeah. Sucks that I'm glad he's there. I'm glad he's there. And it's not being hidden. Donald Trump is not having secret meetings. You know, it's open for everybody to see. He shouldn't be ashamed of that relationship. And Elon Musk, I mean, he just doesn't care. And neither does Donald Trump.
He won the race, and I'm really excited to see what he's going to do for the next few years. I think he's going to kill it. Every single thing he does, he puts 100% of his effort into it, and I think he's going to do an amazing job, and he deserves this more than anyone in the whole world, and he's going to kill it and make America great again, and he's really going to do what's right for the people, and that's what he doesn't need this job. He doesn't need it at all. He could just play golf for the rest of his life and just live in Mar-a-Lago, but he wants to fight for his country, and he has a vision, and he's going to follow through on that vision.
Hello, Mr. President Donald Trump. We have to tell you something.
Please, don't deportation. Please. We are Mexicans, but we don't deportation. Please.
No, please.
We work too hard. Because we need to pay bills and child support.
And we work too much, but sometimes we don't work because we drink beer. Modelo.
Modelo. Yeah,
No,
modelo.
no ultra.
No ultra. No Michelob Ultra.
It's for potation.
It stands for potations.
But now we're gonna drink.
But wiser? Because it does for you. And make America great again.
Yeah, we bought this 2 for 25
That's a ganga.
for your campaña.
For your campaña.
Gracias.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Gracias.
Thank you. Say thank you.
Bueno, no, perdón. Thank you. No voy a
Thank you.
aportar,
No voy a
güey.
aportar, güey.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Gracias.
Digo, thank you. Oh, que la ver.
Now
as you communicate with President-elect Trump and have communicated with him, will you express concern about mass deportations in the city?
My concern is one concern, and we keep tinkering around the edges. We keep having this philosophical conversation about it. The voters communicated loudly and clearly. We have a broken immigration system. It needs to be fixed. That's the only conversation I want. It's broken. It needs to be fixed. And New York City was devastated by that broken system. 220,000 migrants and asylum seekers have made their way here. No financial assistance from the administration. I think it was about $200 and something million with billions of dollars we had to pay for. I don't want to see that happen again. I don't want what's taking place in Chicago, in Denver, Los Angeles, Houston. I don't want to see it take place again. Let's fix our immigration system. Anything other than that, I'm not interested in that conversation. We have a broken system. I talked about this in 2022, just as I talked about violence in 2021, and voters made this the top of their list. The top of their list. When I was talking about it, everyone was being dismissive of me, and voters said, this is a problem. And if we don't have a conversation about fixing the system, everything else is just being philosophical and theoretical, and I'm just not going to engage in that. Let's fix the system.
To be clear, sir, are you saying leave people here alone, focus on the system, or are you not even engaging on what might happen in the city and just focus on the system fix? So I understand your position.
Well, part of it is we need to either pick up the cost. Cities should not be dealing with a national problem. We need to pick up the course. And there are those here, I've said this more than once, there are those here who are repeated offenders. We need to address that. You don't come to our city and our country and commit violence acts on innocent people.
LAPD will protect our immigrant community. LAPD officers will not take action to determine a person's immigration status and will not arrest someone for their status. And LAPD will not assist with mass deportations. Los Angeles is a city of immigrants, and I know immigrants are being disparaged right now, but I want the people of Los Angeles to know my viewpoint. Our nation was built by immigrants, and LA, such an extraordinary city, because of the people here from literally all over the world.
That right there was Jim McDonnell. He has now been voted to be the next LAPD chief, previously served as the Los Angeles County Sheriff. And you heard him there saying, as he was voted to become the next LAPD chief, quote, "I want to be clear to all people in LA, especially our immigrant community, which is feeling uncertainty and fear. This is a city of immigrants, and my job is to serve you." Now, this comes at the same day that Donald Trump appointed Tom Homan, one of the authors of Project 2025, to be his border czar. Tom Homan previously gloated and bragged about bloody mass deportations that he and Stephen Miller were going to lead. And Tom Homan is known for someone who is as extreme as you can be in supporting mass deportations, denaturalization, and we did a video on that earlier today. Let me show you, though, from the press conference of Los Angeles Police Department's new chief, Jim McDonnell, what he said during his press conference after being voted on to be the next LAPD chief about mass deportations and what he sees the role of LAPD in carrying it out, or as he says, he will not follow orders to carry out mass deportations. Here's what LAPD Chief Jim McDonnell says. Play this clip.
Hearing impassioned voices from the undocumented community who said they're very fearful of the Trump administration and, by extension, your new regime. What can you say to them to calm those nerves and real fear?
Yeah, no, thank you, Laura. That's a great question, and certainly I did hear the passion in there, as well as other people I had spoken with. There's a lot of talk across the country on what's going to happen, what's not going to happen. But what I can say is here that, you know,
Caitlin wants to put his right foot in, take his right foot out, put his left foot in, take her left foot out, pee at a urinary stall and shake it all about. But that is not how any of this should work. But you know what? At the end of the day, Caitlin, you can change the top layer, but you was who you was before you got here. And what you are is a rich white male. And that's why I keep saying him when I shouldn't be, but I can't stop seeing Caitlin as a rich white male. And that identity, pun intended, trumps all. Please let Chelsea Handler give Caitlyn Jenner the biggest hee-haw.
Hee-haw, hee-haw. That is way too much Dan mayonnaise.
He's just a rich white man.
That is so crazy.
And everybody need to cut it out.
Now,
okay?
you say it's fine. As soon as Jeff said, off with her head. Period.
All I'm simply saying is...
But he's a rich white woman.
No, he's a rich white man, and he acts like one.
But...
Caitlyn wants to put his...
Personally, I don't. I think that a lot of voters really don't like fake people, and they're sick and tired of fake politicians. And so what I actually think is worse is saying something you don't believe. And so if during the entire time in campaign season, you're saying that you're down with trans people or like the LGBT community, and then you lose an election, and then the next day you say all that stuff was wrong. I actually think what people are more upset about is someone was doing something they didn't believe and just saying something. Like, if you actually weren't about that life, why did you campaign as though you were? That, I think, is the actual core issue of the problem.
My people did the right thing. I don't know what happened after at transition of power to the Biden administration, because under Trump's administration they were doing a good thing, and then all of a sudden it just fell off the table and nothing happened. 2 years later, into the Biden-Harris administration, we have to come back and arrest this guy, and we have possession with intent to deliver more than 50 grams of meth, possession with intent to deliver marijuana, 200 grams to 1,000 grams, maintaining a drug trafficking place, possession of drug paraphernalia, 3 counts of manufacturing and delivery of methamphetamine. Blows me away. We have him in prison now. The state is now paying for him to be in prison. He shouldn't have been here in the first place, and the state is going to pay for him to be in prison for 18 and a half years and then have him on supervised release for 10 years, when he shouldn't be here in the first place or should be in federal prison. That is a problem. That is a problem that's now on the Wisconsin taxpayers to take care of him. Another comment that was made earlier about
So we have here Mr. Pete Hegseth, and he has been tapped by President Trump to be the new Secretary of Defense. That I did not see coming. I'm shocked on that one, but that's cool. He's got a very impressive background, guys. And let me pull it up here really quickly. The fact that he was tapped just, whew. So I know he's been doing a lot of, stuff with Fox News. So let's just give a quick little background about this gentleman. So he was a Army National Guard officer. Let's see. He's a 40. He's either 43 or 44. He graduated from Princeton and Harvard. So he got his BA from Princeton and his master's from Harvard. He was in the United States Army. He achieved the rank of major. He was a part of the Minnesota Army National Guard. He went to Iraq and Afghanistan. He has 2 Bronze Stars. He has an Army Commendation. He has 2 other medals. That's all it says. National Defense Service Medal, Global War on Terrorism Service Medal, Expert Infantry Badge, Combat Infantry Badge. Let's see. Military career. Following his graduation from Princeton in 2003, he joined Bear Stearns as an equity capital market analyst and was also commissioned as an infantry officer in the U.S. Army National Guard. In 2004, his unit was called to Guantanamo Bay, where he served as an infantry platoon leader with the Minnesota Army National Guard. His unit was under the operation control of the 3rd Battalion, 187th Infantry Regiment, 101st Airborne Division. He was awarded the Army Commendation Medal shortly after returning from Cuba. Hedgeseth volunteered to serve in Baghdad and Samarra, where he held the position of infantry platoon leader and later in Samarra as civilian military operations officer. During his time in Iraq, he was awarded the Bronze Star Medal, Combat Infantryman Badge, and a 2nd Army Commendation Medal. He returned to active duty in 2012 as a captain. He deployed to Afghanistan with the Minnesota Army National Guard and acted as a senior counterinsurgency instructor at the Counterinsurgency Training Center in Kabul. Hedgeseth has been awarded 2 Bronze Stars for his services overseas. He was a major assigned to the Army's Individual Ready Reserve upon his... I think he's actually still in the Army National Guard, because it says his duty was 2003 to present. So I think that's incredibly interesting. So he has been officially tapped by President Donald Trump to serve as the next Secretary of Defense. That is so wild to me. I don't know why, but jeez. Yeah, guys, it only shows 2 people in here. So I don't know if it shows you something different, Danielle, but I'm not seeing anybody. But yeah, freaking that yeah. Again, I'm so blindsided by Pete being tapped for the SecDef.
And we know that today, a week after the election, President Biden and Vice President Harris had a private lunch. How awkward was that?
I don't even understand. Why would it be awkward?
Because
why would it
the president
be awkward?
got squeezed out for her, and then she kept him at arm's length, and then she lost, and now she's back.
Why would you characterize it as awkward? They have regular lunches. They meet and talk regularly. Why would you call it awkward?
Weirdness about the way that things have unfolded since
Did you see them?
21st.
Did you see them together yesterday as well when they honored our veterans and were together during the day, making sure that we didn't forget the brave men and women that fought for this country? Did you see them together yesterday? Did you see the show of force together? This is. I'm not even going to take the premise of the question. What I will say is the president and the vice president had lunch today. They've had lunch many times. They communicate with each other regularly. They had an opportunity to discuss the last 70 days or so of this administration, how important it is to get things done for the American people. And that's their focus. That is genuinely their focus.
And we
Donald Trump, send me home. Back to where I belong. Back to Mexico.
So yeah, now starts so from my understanding, New York has stopped their funding of meals for illegal immigrants They also have revoked their oh, what's the word I'm looking for? I guess funding for their hotels, all those hotels in upstate New York and everything. All of those are now kicking out the migrants, and they will be opened back up to the public. So the funding for all of that has been pulled in New York. So, like I said, what's going to happen is you're going to either see a mass migration of illegals from New York to other states that are going to continue to pay for them, or they are going to head home to whatever country they originated from, or you're going to see a massive uptick in crime because it's getting cold. You're cutting off their shelter and their food. They're gonna do something, and those are pretty much the only three options that they have in front of them. So, yep, yeah, I see those lights again. It's very interesting. Hey, vey.
One week ago, a near record number of Americans carried on the grand tradition of voting in a national election and of passing the torch peacefully. There are many things we can say about what happened last Tuesday. It was not the result many of us wanted. But we live in a democracy where the will of the people is respected and followed, and the American people have spoken. I congratulate President-elect Trump on his victory, and I look forward to speaking with him soon. And I congratulate Vice President Harris and Governor Walz for running a historic campaign. They can be proud of the incredible work their team has done over the last 4 months. The values Vice President Harris ran on will live on: individual freedom, opportunity for all, and working together to build a safer, stronger nation. And for those of us who have been given the honor of representing the people of our states, we look forward to serving, to governing, to working in a principled and bipartisan fashion to reward the trust the American people have placed in us. Now, to my fellow Democrats across America, it's natural and appropriate to feel deep disappointment, grief, and even anger in this moment. I understand those feelings. It never feels good to come up short. But when you do, you get up, you dust yourself off, you learn, and you prepare to do better in the future. You study what occurred. We will do that. You listen to what voters are saying, and you find ways to make government responsive to those wants and desires, those dreams, those needs. And you also take the approval of the voters from places we each represent, those voters who sent us back to the Senate, and carry forth the principles we campaigned on and we won on. And you find ways to put those principles into practice as much as possible, while finding ways to work in a bipartisan fashion to get things done. As I told my caucus this week, we should regard this election not merely as a defeat, but more importantly, as a challenge. The American people have presented us with a challenge, and we must answer the call. We have to look at what we did right, what we did wrong, and what we didn't do but should have done. First, we have to look at what we did right and continue to pursue those goals. Many of our Senate colleagues, after all, are returning to the Senate despite facing strong headwinds. I'll say more about that in a moment. Second, we have to understand the things we did wrong and how we must change. And third, we have to look at what we didn't do but should have done. We'll have these important and necessary conversations in due course, and everyone must have a seat at the table. We must be honest, we must be practical, and we must never abandon the roots that have defined the Democratic Party for generations. To Democrats who were back around in 2004, remember the grief we felt back then? It was a tough election, for sure. But what happened afterwards? We got back to work to regain the trust of the American people. I was proud to be part of that process as chair of the DSCC, and just 2 years later, the tide turned in a dramatic way. Finally, before I turn to the Senate, let me say this. I hope that after last week, we can put to rest the fantasy of stolen elections and rigged outcomes. 4 years ago, the losing side refused to accept the will of the people, and it led to a violent insurrection at the U.S. Capitol. This year, we will not go down that dark and violent path. Now, let me go on to the Senate. Last Tuesday brought a mix of success and disappointment.
So you guys see what he's doing there? They are trying their hardest to make sure that Trump does not take office. They are going to try every dirty little trick that they can right now. So you can see what he's doing here. He's still trying to paint Trump as having participated in an insurrection, when an insurrection never took place. But that's, beside the point. They are trying everything they can. So we talked about this before, where we normalize the perception of people about another group of people. We make them seem less than human. That is currently what they are trying to do right now to Trump. They are, and they've been doing it for such a long time, but now they are going to continue to echo the exact same script over and over again. So when it comes time to certify this election, and if they decide to take this route of not certifying it based off of his quote unquote participation in an insurrection, it will be normalized for people, especially just on the left, for them to be like, oh, well, yeah, he did do that, so this is all okay. Their subversion of the democratic process is gonna, they are attempting to normalize it. Just like they have attempted to normalize their complete and total disregard of the Constitution for 4 years, and they've made it completely acceptable among their, I guess, supporters. All right, John, I will take a look at it. Yeah, Danielle, it's just the cam. It's not focusing on a singular point, so somebody needs to adjust the camera and fix it. But that's why you see it getting bright, dim and bright, dimmer than brighter than dimmer than brighter. Because when I open it large screen on my computer, you can actually see the focal point going in and out. So the aperture is going in and out, so that gives the impression of blinking lights when it's just not focusing.
For Senate Democrats. In the final analysis, we hoped for a better result. As happens from time to time, control of this chamber will change from one party to the other. To Senator Brown and Senator Tester, we could not be prouder of the races you ran. More importantly, we could not be prouder of the legacy you have built here in the United States Senate. You are some of the finest people I've ever worked with in this chamber. To both of you, I say thank you. Job well done. Job well done. I've spoken to both Senators Tester and Brown a couple of times this past week, and they're not the ones to get down on themselves. They're not ones to get down on themselves. They're going to be just fine, and they'll continue to do great things for their home states and for our country. But I feel for the people of Montana and Ohio, who will now lose two incredible leaders. To Senators Rosen and Baldwin, we're thrilled that you're coming back for another term, despite all the headwinds and obstacles you faced back home. In fact, despite a difficult year for Democrats, 4 of our most contested seats will remain in the hands of Democrats, and in one other state, the votes are still being counted. Let me repeat that. Despite a difficult year for Democrats, which everyone predicted would be a place where we lost all of our seats almost. Despite that, 4 of the most contested seats will remain in Democratic hands: Nevada, Michigan, Arizona, and Wisconsin. And as I said, in 1 more state, the votes are still being counted. Donald Trump won all those states, but so did our Democratic colleagues and colleagues-to-be. Winning 4 Senate seats from the nation's tightest swing states does not happen on its own. It's a testament to the incredible work Senate Democrats have done in this chamber to benefit the American people. With Democrats in the majority, the United States had its most successful and productive years in decades. Under our watch, this chamber became a place where we got things done, amazing things done. We passed bold legislation that lifted America out of crisis, rebuilt our economy, and invested in good-paying jobs. We passed the American Rescue Plan, the bipartisan infrastructure bill, the CHIPS and Science Act. We took care of our veterans. We defended Ukraine. We protected marriage equality. We passed the Inflation Reduction Act, which was done more to improve the environment than any other act, and also lowered the cost of prescription drugs. And we did so much more. These accomplishments will continue to pay off for years and decades to come. And I'm proud that the vast majority of our accomplishments were done in a bipartisan fashion. As a result, many of our incumbents are coming back despite a tough year, and multiple swing seats will remain with Democrats. Now, to my newly elected Democratic colleagues from across the country, I extend a welcoming hand. I met with these new members just now in my office. We're excited to get to work. We're excited you're joining our caucus. Now let me turn to my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. Another closely contested election now comes to an end. To my Republican colleagues, I offer a word of caution in good faith. Take care not to misread the will of the people, and do not abandon the need for bipartisanship. After winning an election, the temptation may be to go to the extreme. We've seen that happen over the decades, and it's consistently backfired on the party in power. So instead of going to the extremes, I remind my colleagues that this body is most effective when it's bipartisan. If we want in the next 4 years the Senate to be as productive as the last 4, the only way that will happen is through bipartisan cooperation. Democrats will be ready to do what we have consistently done: work with both sides when the opportunity arises. Democrats will never abandon our values, but neither will we reject an opportunity to move the ball forward to make people's lives better when we can. The question is now whether or not Republicans are willing to do the same. To my colleagues on the other side, once again, do not abandon bipartisanship. It's the best and most effective way to get things done. It was true in the last 4 years and will be true in the years to come. Finally, let me end with this. For millions of Americans, particularly those on this side of the aisle, this is a difficult moment. But as John F. Kennedy once said, let us not despair, but act. Let us not despair, but act. Let us not give up on the dream that is America. Instead, let us do what those who came before us have always done. Let us persevere. Let us persist. Let us get to work.
So now we know what we should have known all along, which was that this virus, COVID, began in a lab. It is a shame that it took us to get as long as it did to get to this answer clearly. You want to know why? They used the threat of racism to suppress any iota of debate. 2 years ago, people ought to remember this right now. If we don't learn from our history, we will never get better. Big tech companies censored, mark my words, censored someone from being able to say online that this virus originated in a lab. Okay, this was in the name of preventing the spread of misinformation. What did we do? We actually created the spread of more misinformation. We have to learn from our history, or else we're going to keep making the same mistakes. Free speech is a precondition for truth, and we got this one wrong. But it's not just enough to look backwards. Going forward, as U.S. President, I'm committing to deliver accountability for the origin of the COVID-19 pandemic. Anything else is not an option, or we can expect even worse from the...
1 week ago.
So now we know what we should have known.
I mean, at the end of the day, you're being taxed. You're being taxed. All government spending is taxation. So whether it's direct taxation or all government spending, it either becomes inflation or it's direct taxation. Your money is being wasted, and the Department of Government Efficiency is going to fix that. We're going to get the government off your back and out of your pocketbook. And America's just not just going to be great. America is going to reach heights that it has never seen before. The future is going to be amazing.
So yeah, Vivek Ramaswamy and Elon Musk have been tasked by Donald Trump to create the Department of Efficiency, in which they will be reviewing absolutely every department, organization, whatever you want to call it, that falls under the federal government. And they have until July 4th of 2026, which will be America's 250th birthday. They have until that day to turn the entire government around and cut spending from the $6.5 trillion budget that our government supposedly requires to function. So they're going to be cutting all of it as much as they can. Their job is to eliminate waste and improve efficiency of the federal government. So these two gentlemen right here, that is what they are tasked with. It's going to be something to see.
Happy 70th birthday, Rev.
Oh, God, we don't have to watch her anymore.
I'm going to say something that a lot of you don't want to hear and don't want to understand, and that is United States immigration law and the process to obtain an immigration benefit is not a right, it is a privilege. And yes, immigration laws are not fair. They are designed to safeguard what is in the best interest of the United States. And laws such as the permanent bar or the 10-year bar or the 3-year bar were calculated to deter unlawful immigration and people coming to the United States without having a visa or without being inspected, admitted, or paroled. But then you have other laws such as the Cuban Adjustment Act, which give a green card to a Cuban that has been paroled in the United States for over a year and a day. Is immigration law fair? No, it's not fair. But these are the laws, and in order to obtain a benefit, we have to go through this legal process. I can give countless examples of situations where one group of people get an immigration benefit and another group of people is left out in the dust. But the reality is that in order to get a legal immigration benefit, you have to go through the legal immigration process.
Yeah. Yeah, that seems pretty clear cut to me. Not hard to understand at all.
I'm going to say something that...
Man, oh man. So, I've been putting stuff up in my saved folder, so let me just scroll back. We got a few things to cover over the last couple of days. Some stuff you may have heard about, some stuff you may not have heard about. So we have here, Putin has signed a, let me get this resituated here, a strategic partnership treaty with North Korea for an indefinite period of time. This could very well portend a World War related type of situation. for the simple fact that a strategic partnership usually envelops times of war, times of conflict. So again, they could not be preparing for that. But if you look at everything that is going on in Europe, Europe is preparing for war. They're not just, hanging out and relaxing and thinking that everything is just going to eventually, calm down. Russia's gonna get as much territory as they feel necessary to satisfy the hunger of Putin's expansion agenda, and everything's gonna be fine. No, they are 100% preparing across Europe, all the major countries that line with Russia and Belarus. They are bringing in, they're digging trenches. They're advising their people to stock up on food and water for months, not just for days or weeks, but for months. They're putting out anti-tank, barriers. They're freaking putting up chain link fences with razor wire. It's freaking nuts what they are doing, and that's them preparing for something. You do not invest this much money. Again, I have said it before. When we have been diverting so much of our assets to the Middle East and to Europe, you do not spend that amount of money as a show of force. You spend it because shit's about to happen, one way or the other. It doesn't matter whether Trump's in office or not. And anybody who thinks that all of this is magically just going to disappear when Trump takes office, no, it's not going to. Okay, we've seen this in evident in the actions of Russia, Putin's state media. They flat out blasted the photographs of Melania Trump back in her modeling days. These were very graphic photographs that they had no problem blasting on their news station. That to me does not seem like an individual who is ready to sit down at the bargaining table with Trump and Zelensky to bring an end to what's going on. I'm sorry, that's just not the behavior. And you got to remember that in Russia, stuff isn't put up on the TV unless it's already been, ran up the chain and back down. It's not like, some of our media here, obviously we know our certain media that is beholden to the left 100%, and they get their talking points directly probably from the White House. In Russia, nothing is broadcast without permission. Okay? So the fact that those photographs went up the way that they did, yeah. So we have just a small little video here. This is the fire that was going on in Ventura County. So it has destroyed about 100 structures so far. The Southern California, the firefighters have managed to gain a little bit of ground on it, but they've been dealing with a lot of gusty winds and fairly unfavorable weather conditions for a time. But things have kind of now changed a little bit more in their favor. The winds have died down. Evacuation orders were downgraded from evacuation to warnings and to be prepared to evacuate. It's burned around 83 square kilometers, which is about 30 something square miles. And they anticipated it being about 21% contained. So it's burning pretty good. And if anybody's ever been to Ventura County, I used to live near there. My ex is actually from Ventura County. It's very it's a lot of hilly. I don't want to say okay, there are mountains along the 5 and everything else, but it's a very small mountain area. It's very hilly, and I'm talking big hills, not tiny little hills. So the problem that we have in California and it's something that I saw and experienced growing up, that when we get the bad leadership into California, which they've had now for several decades, they waste the money when it comes to forest management, and they do not do proper clearing and necessary burns to control the piling up of dead material within the ravines of these mountains. So basically you get, 15, 20 years of dead rot on top of one another at the bottom of some of these ravines. So it's just it's a giant kinder box, basically, is what it turns into. So some of these fires just get so out of control so fast because of the mismanagement in California. So the fires tend to burn long and can cover quite a large area due to it being up and down mountains and hills, which makes it a lot more difficult for firefighters to respond to, and the amount of fuel that the fires have, it's a nightmare. I lived through one of these big fires. It swept right across the mountain that I lived at, and we had to evacuate. We were finding big chunks of burning wood in our yard because it was, falling down from the mountain, and it wasn't a good time. Was not a good time at all.
Tough break for Cammy, huh?
You just started a war.
No, I just finished one.
I am going to do everything in my power to end you.
Listen here, I've been around a lot longer than you.
Yeah, no shit.
You never understood how this really works. You were always a good soldier for them, but not me. I didn't get plucked out of nowhere like you did. I spent 40 years hiding skeletons for those fucks.
I knew you were fucking stupid, but this is insane. You really don't know the enemies you just made. We are going to erase you from history.
Oh, like I give a fuck. I've made my bed. I'll lay in it. I know my family is protected. How about yours? How long do you think before investigations start? How long do you think you'll stay useful to them? Besides, give yourself some credit. You were the one that dared him to run, but now I gave him the Oval Office. How about you?
Joe, what the fuck did you do?
I don't remember. I'm just a crazy old man, right?
Did you make a deal with him?
Like I said, my family's protected. Hold on, I got someone who wants to talk to you.
Hello, Barry. It's been quite a long time, hasn't it?
This isn't fucking over.
I'm not an idiot, Barry. I just play one on TV.
This is seriously by far one of my favorite videos to come out. Because that is a thought that a lot of people have had. Did Biden vote for Trump? Oh man, it's so entertaining. Oh, sorry, kids. God, I love that video. It is just so awesome. So, we have here, so we've seen the various attacks going on, in, I think it was Spain, with the attacks on the Jewish people after the soccer game and everything. The attacks are now actually occurring in New York as well. They've stepped up. Well, you can watch it. So, if you are Jewish, stay away from New York, basically. Sorry, it's a recipe for a burger. So, this one is very, troublesome, I guess would be a great word that hold on one second, guys. Ugh. Okay, so this photograph just is troublesome to say the least. This is their logic. He is a woman and he is not human.
I would like to introduce the concept of the panel tonight. It's going to be a short dissertation, but I want you to think about this because I watched like you did yesterday, and something hit me pretty hard. Only 90 days ago, Pelosi went to Biden and said, you need to step aside, and convinced him to do so. He made the decision, and he did actually ask her, and we've now learned this, is she the right person to drive this home? He questioned that. He could have said, we need to run a process in order for me to make this move. But they decided not to. I don't know who they is. Was it Obama? Was it Pelosi? I don't care who it was. In stock picking, just listen to this analogy. And you may agree, you may not. 88% of managers, because of the world I live in, cannot beat the S&P year in, year out. So you give them $1,000, the S&P beats them. They can't pick stocks. This is the second time the Democratic Party has circumvented democracy and chose.
That's not true.
Yes, it is. Hillary
We've
Clinton
gone through this before.
Hillary Clinton
No,
was
there's
chosen,
nothing- hang
and
on.
she had Bruce Springsteen too. And what happened to her? And now we've chosen.
Kevin, Hillary Clinton won a primary. Okay, she won a primary. You may not.
Nobody
like
could compete with her, even Bernie Sanders.
She won a primary.
Okay.
First of all, that's the first.
So
thing.
did Kamala
The second
Harris
thing,
win a
talked-
primary?
Listen, we've talked about this before.
What's wrong about talking about it tonight after what you just saw?
Do you think that's really what matters to voters?
Right now.
Your
How
whole shtick is-
many Democrats wish?
Your whole shtick has
Hang
been,
on a second.
let's talk about what matters to voters. Do you really think voters care about the internecine primary process?
If you're a
of the
Democrat, you sure as hell care today.
I know that you are from Canada, but the primary process.
That's right. I'm
the primary
perfect for this.
process in this
I have no
country
skin in the game
is
other
not
than
in
to
the
get a great
Constitution.
president.
It's not in the Constitution. The political parties can choose however they want to choose their nominee.
Right.
And as long as they meet the legal deadlines in the states where they are on the ballot, they can do it however they want.
But I just
they can
want to be transparent. Yes, I was born in Canada,
in
but
December 2023 to just handpick somebody.
just to
They
be
don't even have to have a
transparent,
primary.
I was born in
It's just
Canada.
not a
It's a
thing.
Democratic Party
It's not a
process,
thing.
not a Democratic.
No, but my kids were born and raised in Boston. All my investments in the United States. I want the president, whoever it is, to be a
You're
winner.
describing something as undemocratic that has absolutely nothing to do with the democratic
And this
process.
is why
Was she anointed or not?
You know, it's just really, really, really awesome to watch them all implode. And it's every day. It's been a week. It's just a little over a week officially, last Tuesday. Their heads are still imploding. It's freaking great. So we have here Polish conservatives. So it says Polish conservatives and nationalist movements are out marching on the streets of Warsaw right now. This was actually a day or so ago. They estimated it to be 250,000 people that went out and marched for this annual conservative event. So I have a video here. This is from Tehran. Nobody knows what this object was, so either Iran was testing something or somebody was firing something, but either way, it's very interesting. So I'll zoom in for you guys to get a little bit of a better look at this. Yeah, so this was over Tehran, Karaj, and Rashet yesterday. There's speculation about what it could have been. Yeah, it looks like a rocket, but it was moving very slowly to be a rocket. A little bit slower to be a rocket, but way slower than a meteorite. But parts of it looked like it was breaking off, so we don't know if they were testing something or what. But it's all speculation right now. Nobody knows what the heck it actually was. I agree. It looks like a rocket, except that the stream coming from it is not doesn't really look like a rocket stream to me. Just having watched other rocket streams, it I don't know. It just looked odd. Like I said, those little it looks like little pieces are breaking off, and it almost looks like multiple reflective like when a meteorite breaks up in the sky, it looks very similar to that. I'll make sure to put it into Telegram for everybody, but when you look at it closer on a bigger screen than what you guys can see watching my channel, it looks like little pieces are breaking off like a meteorite. So it looked very, very odd. So the list of attacks have now been in the Netherlands, Sweden, Belgium, and apparently they are now starting to plan for further attacks on Jewish people in England. And we just saw a video where this occurred in New York. Granted, this is a one-off, but they are planning further attacks outside of these countries as well. So this is not by chance. It's not coincidental. Okay. So we have here this young man. This is in Belgium. He's an Orthodox Jewish boy who was beaten up by individuals shouting to free Palestine. Yeah, I'll try to play that again and let it actually. So yeah, BC, it just didn't look like a rocket stream to me. It just doesn't. It's bizarre looking. It's it's just not normal. So again, let me make sure I get that over to general news on our Telegram, just to make sure.
Shalom, everyone. It's Amir Tsarfati. I'm here from Galilee, Israel, and there's a special Mideast update that I would like to share with you this evening from Connect in Galilee. We're going to talk about the 70 days that are left until President Trump will assume office. What is it that the Biden administration is planning? What is it that Iran is planning? What's going on in Europe? What is going on in the Middle East? And what is it that the Bible says about all of this? Join me at 6 p.m. Israel time, 8 a.m. Pacific time, California. Thank you, and God bless you.
You know, I wish I could play his stuff on here. I really, really do. I love Amir. So somebody posted this. This was just comedy. I love people right now. So this says, the caption is, meanwhile at the Louvre. Trying to understand how. So we got here, this was from a rocket attack earlier in the Kairit, Atia, north of Haifa.
הנה זה מהחלון של המטבח שלי.
So overall, they said there was about 80 rockets that were involved in this barrage. It was yesterday. So I've been conflicted on this one. So this man in his car purposely ran into a very large crowd of people at a sports center in the Zhuhai in China. I think I can show this one to a point because it just looks like people laying on the ground, but you can see initially the reports were 7 individuals that were killed by this individual driving really, really fast. Apparently that has jumped tremendously today. I think there was something like 35 people that are now dead. So
wow, 我的天。
So there's nothing graphic to this video. It just shows people on the ground. So it's very unfortunate. From my understanding, they were sending out advertisements telling people not to be speaking in Japanese out in public because they may or may not have intelligence that shows that this was a deliberate targeted attack against Japanese nationals who had been in China at the time. It's a rough one. It really truly is. So we have the defense minister, Israel Katz. Iran is today more exposed than ever to damage to its nuclear facilities. It is possible to thwart and remove the threat of annihilation over the state of Israel. So there is a rumor that Netanyahu dismissed Gallant because Gallant was against the strike plan against Iran and targeting their nuclear facilities. So the rumor is that Gallant was dismissed over that, and that this yes man Katz was put into his place because he supports the attack on Iran's nuclear infrastructure. So again, this could, I don't know if Israel is getting ballsy because now Trump is in office and Trump is very pro-Israel. Trump today also has appointed Mike Huckabee, former governor of Arkansas, to be ambassador to Israel, and he is incredibly pro-Israel. So this can unfold many, many ways. Really not sure. So the governing body of the International Criminal Court in the Hague confirms an investigation will be opened against the anti-Semitic prosecutor General Karim Khan on suspicion of inappropriate sexual behavior. Okay, take sexual and make it into an S, and then it makes sense. So some stuff going on the in the ICC, which has attempted to, you know, they've issued arrest warrants for Netanyahu and a few other people. So what else we got? What do we got? What do we got here? So we have here, this is what is going on currently in upstate New York.
Migrants staying at Albany hotels now need to leave 3 weeks earlier than planned.
Time is getting shorter for 400 migrants staying in Albany's Ramada and Holiday Inn Express to leave. In October, they were told they need to be out by December 31st. Now it's December 10th and December 13th. New York City saying they'll be closing 10 sites outside of New York City, but staggering the date so those who go back to the city's arrival center have proper resources. A spokesperson tells us our staff is on hand to help guests at our upstate shelters plan for next steps over these next 2 months, and those without an exit plan by December will be offered temporary placement in New York City. City officials say they've housed more than 220 migrant families from upstate hotels since 2023. Now, these individuals may soon need to navigate new policies, too, as President-elect Donald Trump has put mass deportation on his agenda.
We have this thing in the United States called civil liberties, and everyone has them regardless of immigration status, as well as our rights that are protected within the U.S. Constitution.
Tiana Freeman-Tolbert, an immigration attorney, says situations like this have made an impact as they've been seeing many who have delayed in filing immigration applications because of their focus on just getting the essentials. And in a sign that influx is indeed decreasing, the Albany Airport Inn, which was where the first bus of individuals came in the middle of the night back Memorial Day of 2023, no longer houses any migrants, rather is back open to the public completely.
So yeah, that's happening. That's again gonna it's gonna make things a lot more interesting. And man, Trump's cabinet is something else. I'll get to that in a few minutes, but this video had me dying. So due to copyright, I can't play the music.
What are you rejoicing for? They're about to double strap you to your wheelchair, throw a helmet on your head, gather your family members, and catapult you all back over the wall.
Yeah, the left is fairly disturbed. So, John, apparently, according to research, regardless of immigration status, they have guaranteed rights under the Constitution. So, apparently, for hundreds of years, the U.S. Supreme Court has upheld that certain constitutional rights extend to everyone living within the U.S., not just natural-born citizens or legalized immigrants. As unpleasant as this might sound to some, undocumented immigrants are afforded many rights under the Constitution. So, yes, they actually do. They're entitled to all the rights that we are. So this one was very, very interesting. Getting to read this one, I got into a little bit into the weeds on this one. What this is recommending is that they have a panel. So what happened was, over the last 4 years especially, they have done a massive purge of conservatives out of the United States military because they have been trying to reshape the military in the left's image so that when it comes time for them to give the order of, what we've seen in that new DOD directive, 52 or 5402 or whatever it was. What's my ticker say? Directive, 5240. Sorry, 5240.01. Then they have absolutely no problem doing it because the left has been completely and totally brainwashed into perceiving anybody on the right as evil, no matter what. So they have done a very extensive job of purging conservatives out of the military, and especially with the COVID shot, the mandatory COVID shot. They kicked people out left and right. They did force early retirement on a lot of people because of their political stance. So what they are, spitballing around Trump's, forming admin is to create this panel. This panel would consist of retired military personnel and politicians with extensive security backgrounds. And what they are planning on doing is hold a panel and review of all the 4-star generals throughout the military and purge the military of those that have walked a very treasonous line. I, for one, support this executive order, and I really, really do hope that they do it. John, you may disagree, and I disagree with it too, but you unfortunately can look it up online, and that's what I did, because I was like, wait a minute, no, they don't have any rights. And actually, yeah, they do. They absolutely 100%, according to the Supreme Court, have rights under our Constitution. We may not agree with it, but it's there. So we have here that the Pentagon did confirm that the Houthis did attack 2 American destroyers in the Red Sea with at least 8 drones, 5 ballistic missiles, and 3 cruise missiles. I'll get more to that. Give me one moment.
I want your reaction to this clip, Tom. Play cut 369, please.
One who intends to come take away the freedom and opportunity and dignity of Illinoisans, I would remind you that a happy warrior is still a warrior. You come for my people, you come through me.
Game 1 minute, your reaction, Tom.
Game on. We got no problem going through him. I got 20,000 men and women in ICE are going to do their job with no apology. Congress has enacted a law that protects this country. People need to understand. But what if they're not criminal aliens? Look, entering this country illegally is a crime. Every illegal alien in this country committed a crime to get here. So they're all criminals. And look, there's some worse than others. I get that. And even if they're not a criminal alien, when you cross that border and you overwhelm the Border Patrol, just because you're simply illegal. When you cross that border and you overwhelm the Border Patrol, just because you're simply illegal alien, not a criminal, when you overrun the Border Patrol, that's when they get busy changing diapers, making baby formula, making hospital runs, making transportation runs. That's when the fentanyl comes across to kill 250,000 people. That's when you got 600% increase in sex trafficking. That's when you have a record number of terrorists crossing the border and people on the terrorist watch list. Illegal migration is not a victimless crime. We're going to enforce a law without apologies. And the day Donald Trump takes that oath, we're in a go mode. And if any government wants to stand in the way, go ahead and do it. We'll see what happens. I'm not going to be intimidated. The men and women of ICE ain't going to be intimidated. We're going to do our job the way President Trump has committed to the American people. We have a mandate, and we're going to do it.
I mean, that's why I worked as hard as I did on the election, everybody.
Yeah, man, so interesting. All of it. So interesting. I'll get back to that one in just a second. We're going to take a look at the Houthis thing. John, I would love to have a legally binding poll if my channel ever amounted to much of anything. So there are certain rights that they are not entitled to, like they are not allowed to possess firearms. Okay, they cannot go in, buy a firearm, and possess it. They can't do that. but there are certain rights that they do have under the Constitution. So so um they're afforded certain rights under the Constitution, like the right to due process, the right to legal counsel, so on and so forth. But they're not entitled to gun ownership and such. But everything else they are apparently entitled to. I thought that they weren't, but apparently they are. Yes, he is sticking to his guns. I got a couple of videos about him. It's really super awesome. I'm just looking for anything else here. So yeah, the Houthis from Yemen. The Yemen's the Houthis have attacked the U.S. Abraham Lincoln aircraft destroyer in the Arabian Sea and 2 U.S. destroyers in the Red Sea, according to their military spokesman. According to the spokesman, the Houthi Air Forces, like they are military or something, conducted operations. In the course of one of the operations, they attacked the American USS Abraham Lincoln aircraft carrier in the Arabian Sea with the use of cruise missiles and drones when the American enemy was preparing for operations against Yemen. He said, adding that the Houthis also attacked 2 American destroyers in the Red Sea with ballistic missiles and drones. So that is what I know regarding that. In the operations, in his last words, lasted for 8 hours. He also said that the Houthis placed responsibility for turning the Red Sea into a zone of military tension and the impact on navigation in the area on Washington and London. Ooh, shut off my bathroom light, please. Thank you, buddy. You guys. So yeah, hunker down, get ready for bed. You guys should have plenty of water. I love my kiddos. So yeah, that happened. Let's see here. The Russian Security Council Secretary Sergei Shoigu and Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi held strategic security consultations in Beijing. That's probably not good, FYI. Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov will lead Russia's delegation to the Group of 20, the G20 summit in Rio de Janeiro. Russian air defenses have intercepted 7 HIMARS, HIMAR rockets and 71 Ukrainian drones, according to the Russian Defense Ministry. The U.S. President-elect Donald Trump has appointed Congressman Mike Waltz, the Republican representative from Florida, as a national security advisor. Let's see. North Korea ratified the Treaty on Comprehensive Strategic Partnership with Russia, signed in Pyongyang on June 19th. State radio Voice of Korea has reported. So they've ratified it to include, types of conflicts, including World War. Thailand has received an invitation to join BRICS as a partner country, according to a diplomatic source. I highly doubt Thailand. Well, maybe Thailand would join. Maybe. The U.S. military carried out a drone strike on a car carrying Houthi leaders in the Al Bayada Governorate. Al Arabia reported, citing its source. Doesn't say what source, though. And Russia's State Duma, which is the lower house of parliament, has passed the 3rd reading of a bill banning the public promotion of a child-free way of life. So you cannot promote being carefree and childless in Russia anymore. You cannot promote it. So they are going at this head on because of the lowering of their population numbers, I'm pretty sure, due to, I don't know, a conflict or something. They are pushing having, women having more children. And they are not allowed to, glamorize what it's like to not have children. And now there's a law for it. It's very, very interesting. So I got this wonderful gentleman. This is I love this guy. He's a little profane, like I am, but nonetheless very entertaining.
I don't know how Trump did it, but he managed to get Under the Desk News to do a campaign ad for him. And I gotta say, V crushed it. Check it out.
Here are the first 15 promises he has made if he is reelected. First, he promises that he will carry out the largest domestic deportation operation in history.
Well, the current record holder is Obama, but I got faith Trump can outdo him.
He will also ask for the death sentence for anyone convicted of human trafficking.
If you're a person who opposes that, go ahead and speak up. We'd love to know more about you.
He will close the Department of Education and return all education standards to the states to decide.
You know what also returns to the states when they eliminate the federal Department of Education? $84 billion per year. That's what we're spending to have a national Department of Education that doesn't do a fucking thing. Yeah, if you're opposed to the school systems having an additional $84 billion every year, go ahead and speak up on that one.
He will put prayer back into school.
No, he won't. No, what that means is he will allow people to pray in school. There has never been and never will be forced prayer in public school. He's just saying you should be allowed to if you want to.
He will criminalize any race-based advantage programs.
Good. Any program based on race is inherently racist. Nobody should have an advantage because of the color of their skin.
He will end the Affordable Care Act.
Good, that thing's been a fucking disaster. That program helped nobody. Just made shit far more expensive.
He will ban gender-affirming care for adults and children, and he will ban any federal dollars from going towards gender-affirming care.
Thank God. These people will finally be able to focus on getting the mental health care they deserve.
Which means anyone with government-provided health care will no longer be able to access gender-affirming care except for Viagra and Cialis.
Since when did Viagra and Cialis become part of gender-affirming care? What the fuck is gender-affirming about Viagra and Cialis? Were you just throwing that in there to try to talk shit? Sorry, but there's nothing gender-affirming about boner pills.
He will propose a constitutional amendment that gives a term limit to Congress.
Oh, you mean that thing more than 90% of Americans support? That constitutional amendment will pass faster than any amendment in history.
He will deploy the Department of Justice to investigate the Biden crime family and any of his adversaries or political rivals.
Oh, V, do we not know how quotes work? Because yes, he did say he was going to deploy the Department of Justice to investigate the Biden crime family. So the quotes were correct there. But the political rivals and adversaries part? Yeah, you don't need to quote that because you made that up.
He will immediately pardon all of the January 6thers.
Good, because the prison term given to those people was fucking ridiculous.
He will increase the penalties for underage criminal offenders.
I could go either way on that one, but I'm not really opposed to it.
Strengthen immunity for police officers.
Well, since they protect us, our government should be protecting them.
And deploy the National Guard to patrol woke cities.
Again, V, with the fucking quote bullshit, not his fault that the woke cities are where all the fucking crime is. If you have a problem with a city deploying the National Guard, take that shit up with Kathy Hochul, who's a Democrat, by the way.
On day one, he will reassess our participation in NATO.
Good, because this is the current breakdown in spending. Annual budget for NATO is $1.3 trillion, of which we pay $860 billion. Yeah, fuck these countries. We don't need to be paying for their defense.
He will also restore the wonderful travel ban for Muslims coming to America.
Oh my God, you're still trying to refer to that as the Muslim ban? Because what it really is a ban on travel to America from any country who does not do criminal background checks before issuing a passport. It's a ban on allowing criminals to fly to the U.S. Their religion doesn't fucking matter.
He will remove all of the limits on American natural gas exports and drill baby drill for oil domestically.
You recognize Biden's already doing that over the last 6 months, right? That's why gas prices came down for a little bit? Because Biden allowed for more drilling and more extraction of oil than at any point in our history. And yes, being energy independent would be fucking wonderful.
He will impose a tariff of up to 60% on Chinese imports.
Oh, good. Our tariffs on Chinese products will finally match up with what the Chinese tariff us for. But you probably didn't know that because you didn't do any research before trying to talk shit.
He will extend the 2017 tax cuts and drop the corporate tax rate from 21% to 15%.
Sweet, because the 2017 tax cuts were fucking awesome. And if you don't believe that, pause to read. And as far as dropping the corporate tax rate from 21 to 15, good, that'll be an extra 6% they can reinvest in their business. Which, if you're unaware, usually means hiring more people.
He will push Congress to pass legislation that would give every American the right to concealed carry anywhere at any time. And he will revoke any gun restrictions or legislation that seeks to inhibit people's ability to own guns that's been passed in the last several years.
Oh, goody. We'll finally get back to being a fuck around and find out type of country.
He will demand that Europe pay back all the money we gave Ukraine, and then he will use all of that money to recruit for the American military.
Well, Europe's not going to do that. But I like the idea.
We'll take billions and billions of dollars from private university endowments by taxing, fining, and suing the universities.
I fucking love that idea.
And then he will use that money to create the American Academy, a free online college.
Oh no, actual free college. How terrible.
So that's Agenda 47.
And it's fucking awesome.
Yeah, John, so looking at it here, in late August of 2024, the Fifth Circuit affirmed that illegal aliens are not guaranteed a Second Amendment right to possess firearms. In reaching its decision in August of 2024, the Fifth Circuit relied on its 2011 ruling that illegal aliens are not members of the political community entitled to the Second Amendment rights. A U.S. appeals court has upheld a federal law that bars migrants who are in the United States illegally from possessing guns. So, yeah, the U.S. District Court can say that, but this was in August, so unless... when did she say that for the illegals? Compare it to August 28th of 2024. If her ruling came after that, then I'm very interested to see how the U.S. Appeals Court is being overruled by a district court. So this video, guys, oh my god, hold on. So I pulled this up, and holy heck, I don't even know how to feel about this one. So I'm just gonna put it on screen really quickly, and you guys can just look for a moment. Okay, so we got this dude up, and totally freaking blew my mind. Totally, just, yeah. Just give a listen.
Well, it's been rough. It was not what I was expecting at all, considering some of the rhetoric he has said. I thought we as a nation were smarter, but I guess not. To my transgender and friends and, the people who it affects, as long as you stay alive, they cannot say we don't exist. Being a Satanist means rebelling against them because they're wrong. And as long as you draw breath, every breath you take is a rebellion. Keep on fighting because you just have to. Hail Satan, hail reason always.
So it's not a dude, it's a chick. Wow, for one. Two, the whole Satan worshipping thing. She has no idea what she's in for. And I pray that somebody can reach her, that God can open her heart and bring her back to him, because she really has no idea what is awaiting her if she does not repent and come to know Christ and ask for forgiveness and to try to lead a life that serves God. She is in for she can't even begin to fathom what she's in store for if she doesn't. That's a rough one, John. Then she doesn't belong on the bench. Because, that's what our laws are based off of is the Constitution. So you can actually probably report her and maybe get assigned a new judge. I'm just saying that's an avenue you might want to try to look at, because they're supposed to interpret the law based on the Constitution. But yeah, you can't expect leftist judges to do that. And you're in Michigan, so you got a lot of leftist judges. So, Trump's border czar Tom Homan says USA will send special ops to wipe out the cartels and is denying rumors of deporting citizens. So, of course, he is not going to deport citizens. I love the left, and they are really reaching and trying their damnedest, but the fact remains they are citizens. It doesn't matter where you came from, you're here legally. That's all anybody ever cares about. When you have to go through the legal process of becoming a citizen, you actually give a shit about your citizenship. You give a shit about the country that you're living in. Versus breaking the law at every turn to come here, then you lack any kind of respect for it. So no, he's not going to deport freaking citizens. He is going to deport illegals. He is also going to he's going to start conducting workplace raids. So they are going to go to these locations that have knowingly and openly hired illegal immigrants like Tyson's Food. They're going to go there and they are literally going to arrest every illegal there. And then they are going to deport them. So that is where Tom Homan is beginning. And he is also rolling around the idea of sending special ops military to clear the cartels out, because the cartels are no longer in Mexico. They are across the border. They have established their organizations, if that's what we want to call them. They have established those across the border in the United States. They run up and down the border pretty much from California, from the ocean all the way to the Gulf. They run operations across the border. They do drug smuggling. They do human trafficking. They're involved in numerous scams across Arizona that I know of. There was a big thing a while ago about some real estate scam with KKK Hobbs and a few other individuals that the drug cartels are laundering their money through real estate business dealings with the government of Arizona, which is KKK Hobbs. Oh, John, I would love to deport the host of The View. Absolutely, 100%. Hi, Julie. I would love to. So yeah, the Constitution is the supreme law of the land, so maybe somebody needs to remind her of that fact. And the rest of the law that has been created is the extension of the Constitution. The Constitution is the backbone of our law. Period. If she's a judge, she should probably know that. If not, I would probably file an ethics complaint against her, John. First thing in the morning, I would file an ethics complaint, or have your lawyer file an ethics complaint. Because that's a serious serious breach. Because like everybody else that serves in a public office, they have to swear an oath to the Constitution. So yeah, I would report an ethics complaint against her big time. Oh man, yes, I would love to get rid of The View. They are absolutely hysterical the last few days, though. What else do we got here? So we had this happen today. This is now 3 airlines that when they have attempted to land in the Toussaint Louverture International Airport. Sorry, that is where they took off from. Hold on, let me get my bearings right here. Yeah. To Miami International Line safely and uneventfully in Miami out of abundance of caution. Okay, so either way, there's been 3 airlines that have now cut off service to Haiti because the planes have been shot at. And on Spirit Airlines, they were shot at while flying over or trying to land in Haiti, and one of the flight attendants was actually grazed by the bullet that had pierced the cabinet of the airline, and they had to divert. So this one here, this was Monday, November 11th, American Airlines Flight 819 from the Toussaint Louverture International Airport to Miami International Airport landed safely and uneventfully in Miami. Out of an abundance of caution, a post-flight inspection was completed, indicating the exterior of the aircraft had been impacted by a bullet. We are working closely with all relevant authorities to investigate this incident. Our daily service between Miami and Port-au-Prince has now been suspended through February 12th. We will continue to monitor the situation with safety and security top of mind and will adjust our operation as needed. So it's American Airlines, Spirit Airlines, and I want to say it was United. I want to say hold on. I'm looking. Yeah, so Spirit Airlines. But this is the video from Spirit of the bullet hole on the plane.
It goes from here to here.
Yep, imagine if somebody had been standing there, man. Oh, JetBlue. Sorry. Okay, so yeah, American Airlines, JetBlue, and Spirit Airlines have now suspended all flights to Port-au-Prince in Haiti, and as well as all other airports in Haiti.
It goes from here.
So that's, I don't even know, man. Hades is just, whew. Where's all that money from the Clintons? The Haiti Relief Fund. Shouldn't their island be like totally amazing and self-sufficient and following the rule of law? No, you got freaking gangs that are running everything, cannibalism. So Trump is planning to withdraw from the Paris Climate Accords again for the second time. Let me just put this guy up there. This is Stefan Reicher or Riker, or whatever his name is. He is the one that has been overseeing the election, his own election, mind you, because he was up for re-election. So he's been overseeing his own election, and we have been seeing very similar ballot drop numbers that were very, very, very close to the same anomaly that had occurred in 2020 with Biden. It's just such an interesting anomaly. So you can see it here on screen. And I'll blow it up for you guys. Look at that. Look at that really strange anomaly. Just that straight up line, and then it went tapered out a little bit, and then it did something that didn't happen in 2020. It went straight up again, and then across. Isn't that just so bizarre? It's so bizarre that our data analysts and our statisticians are sitting here saying that that's impossible again. Okay, you don't get that ever happening unless there is cheating. But, you know, convince them of that. So, courtesy of one of our members here, I was sent this wonderful freaking video of our new border czar, featuring OAC.
This memo.
You're not the author, but you signed the memo.
Yes, a zero tolerance memo.
So you provided the official recommendation to Secretary Nielsen on for the United States to pursue family separation.
I gave Secretary Nielsen numerous recommendations on how to secure the border and save lives.
But it says here that you gave her numerous options, but the recommendation was option 3, family separation.
What I'm saying, this is not the only paper where we've given the Secretary numerous options to secure the border and save lives.
And so the recommendation, of the many that you recommended family separation.
I recommended zero tolerance.
Which includes family separation.
The same as is with every U.S. citizen parent gets arrested when they're with a child.
Zero tolerance was interpreted as the policy that separated children from their
If I get arrested for DUI and I have a young child in the car, I'm going to be separated. When I was a police officer in New York and I arrested a father for domestic violence, I separated that father
Mr.
from his
Holman,
family.
with all due respect, legal asylees are not charged with any crime.
When you're into the country illegally, it's violation 8 United States Code 1325.
Seeking asylum is legal.
If you want to seek asylum, you go through the port of entry, do it the legal way. The Attorney General of the United States has made that clear.
Okay.
Oh, man. I am so excited to see him take charge of our border. Whew. So, Judge Manchin has extended the decision. I'm sorry, he has made the decision to extend or delay the sentencing of Trump as he examines the effects that it would have on Trump's presidency now that he is now president-elect. So Trump's sentencing decision has been delayed to November 19th. They are, and Trump's team has filed to have the conviction overturned or vacated. So we shall see. We have Lee Zeldin. He is a former U.S. congressman from New York. He has been chosen by Trump to lead the Environmental Protection Agency. So this is a quick overview of his climate views. Lee Zeldin has generally aligned with a conservative stance on climate issues, emphasizing economic growth over strict environmental regulation. He has been skeptical of federal climate policies that impose limits on industries, often viewing these as detrimental to American businesses and energy independence. For instance, Zeldin criticized the Paris Climate Agreement, advocating instead for approaches that he believes better balances economic and environmental goals. Zeldin has also supported expanded fossil fuel production, arguing that energy independence is vital for national security and economic stability. Zeldin's approach to climate policy reflects a focus on local business-friendly solutions rather than global agreements or federal mandates. While he has acknowledged environmental concerns, his priorities lean heavily toward minimizing regulatory burdens on energy producers and supporting the fossil fuel industry. Review Zeldin's views on climate as quite reasonable, but the New York Times is already just losing their minds on this one. As for Zeldin's stance on the Ukrainian conflict, Zeldin has expressed a consistent stance on the Ukrainian conflict, advocating for strategic and diplomatic solutions, rather than an open-ended military commitment. He supports using all available diplomatic, informational, and economic instruments to aid Ukraine. However, Zeldin has generally opposed extensive military involvement, emphasizing a balanced approach that limits Americans' entanglement in prolonged overseas conflicts. This perspective aligns with his conservative principles, emphasizing a careful deployment of resources to prevent escalating U.S. military commitments abroad. During his time in Congress, Zeldin often supported economic sanctions and non-lethal aid over heavy military assistance, focusing on measured responses that reinforce U.S. interest without overextending American involvement. While he did back initiatives to strengthen Ukraine's defense, Zeldin's priority remained on ensuring American aid aligns with border strategic interests rather than deepening commitments in the region indefinitely. Overall, Zeldin's approach reflects a cautious, resource-focused perspective, supporting Ukraine diplomatically and economically without a long-term military obligation. It is unlikely that Zeldin will play a significant role in developing or implementing Trump's Russia-Ukraine strategy, but then again, stranger things have happened. Oh man, Steve Bannon as Education Secretary, that would be something else. Fudge. That would be something pretty freaking epic. So, this gentleman here, Mike Waltz, has been tapped to be the new National Security Advisor by Trump's forming administration. I'll play this here. You guys can just give this a listen and tell me what you guys think about him.
I think at this point, the only thing that is going to stop the Supreme Leader from his nuclear obsession is a very credible use and threat of military force. Look, nobody wants war, nobody wants a conflict, but this is about deterrence. And at this point, with Iran believing they are this close, remember they have to have the fissile material, but also the ballistic missiles and the ability to weaponize it. I think this is the only thing that will stop him. And what does that mean? That means a very clear statement from the commander-in-chief. We did not get that in that press conference. But it also means credibly moving forces into the region, and it, most importantly, selling the Israelis, giving the Israelis the technical, sophisticated military equipment that they've been asking for and haven't been getting from this administration.
Doesn't this statement from the Supreme Leader that they can build a nuclear bomb if they want to right now, doesn't that sort of demand a response from the Biden administration?
Well, again, we get this, I think it demands a very clear response, in that when we say we will not allow Iran to have a bomb, what does that mean? What are we prepared to do to stop it? The Israelis are very clear, and we, one, need to be clear alongside them, but two, need to be clear to the region that we will support Israel if they have to take action.
So some people are calling him a war hawk or a warmonger. Oh, yep. Hi, I'm back. Sorry. Apparently my mic liked to be muted. I don't know how or why. Okay, what was the last thing you guys heard? You know, I really should probably switch to a different freaking operating platform because OBS just seems to be having a lot of problems lately. Between my freaking chat dock, I'm not hitting any button to mute my mic. So, what was the last thing anybody heard? uh, did you guys hear me talk about the deep state? Uh, uh oh, Mike Walls? Okay. The guy was talking, then it froze. Gotcha. Okay. So, yeah, Mike Walls, some people are calling him a war hawk, a warmonger. I don't know much about the gentleman. His stance seems to be very much to not let Iran develop a nuclear weapon, which they probably already have by now with the amount of funding that Biden has given them. So, no idea. And John, I would never ever give anybody my recipes for anything because those are a very well kept secret. So, nice try. Moving on. So we have the did the U.S. deep state allow Trump to win? Okay. So this is coming again from the Election Ain't Right. Because I'm still fully convinced that there's something very nefarious going on right now that we are totally unaware of. There's just, it still isn't sitting right by me, folks. I don't know about any of you, but for myself, I am more on edge than I have been in, I'd say, the last 6-7 months. I feel more like get out of Dodge type of feeling, like something isn't right. It's just so off still for me. I don't know about anybody else if it's tapered off or if it's increased, but for myself, I'm still very much pursuing this line of thought that there's something wrong, something is not aligning it's not aligning correctly. So we have here this article. It's called "Did the U.S. Deep State Allow Trump to Win?" Okay. On election day, Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton suggested that the vote count might take days, as in 2020, triggering election rigging suspicion among ex-users. However, Donald Trump was declared the winner the day after the election, or the night of, depending on your time zone. While some American commentators suggested that Trump voter enthusiasm was too big to rig, others speculated that the vote rigging mechanisms purportedly in place had been stopped by the ruling elites who reasoned that Trump could be maneuvered into pro-war positions and would be more successful in marshaling public support for Democratic candidate Kamala Harris. According to this argument, the deep state allowed Trump to win. He has more ability to pull people into agreeing with him than Kamala ever could. She just is terrible. The U.S. establishment needed a charismatic populist firebrand to boost recruitment and spearhead the rush to war. Harris cannot do that. Harris had trouble attracting even 100 supporters to her rallies. This was written by a U.S. political commentator, Mike Whitney, suggesting Iran could become the next target of the deep state. It would be easy to seduce Americans into a new military adventure if they are led by a popular leader, warned former Ronald Reagan official Dr. Paul Greg Roberts on his own website. MAGA Americans are tired of losing wars, wrote Roberts. They want to win. The military security complex will have Trump supporters in the streets waving the flag. I disagree with that. I think that everybody is so sick and tired of the wars. It doesn't matter where the war is going to be at. Is there a little bit more enthusiasm for the United States to assist Israel in taking out Iran? Yes. But at the same time, Americans are done and tired, and that's why a lot of people did vote for Trump. Is we're tired of being in the wars. We're tired of being in the decades long wars that we've already been in. You know, Afghanistan was freaking 20 plus years. Seriously, the only time in American history that we weren't at some, started any kind of new wars was during Trump's first presidency. We've been at war as a nation pretty much almost the whole damn time. For fudge sakes. The military industrial complex is just a hungry machine that constantly needs to produce material to make that money, and the only way that that happens is if we are at war with somebody or assisting somebody else in a war. That's why they don't want to let this Ukrainian war thing go. It's too much money. That's why you have leaders across NATO right now that are flat out saying that they will remove the United States from NATO when Trump becomes president, if Trump is going to oppose helping Ukraine in any type of situation. They have flat out said that they want to remove Trump, or the United States particularly, from NATO because they want this war to continue. They don't want it to stop. It's too much money for their countries. The same with America. It's too much freaking money. So the deep state is entrenched and institutionalized and has many ways to maneuver Trump to its purpose or block his efforts altogether, according to Roberts. Time will tell whether Trump will manage to outplay the establishment. So I don't know if they're actually going to be able to pull this off or not. Are they going to be able to puppeteer Trump into these wars? Or is he going to be able to stop the establishment? Is he actually going to finally rid the United States of the establishment? I don't know what that looks like, because that's all of us have ever known our entire lives. The establishment has been there for a very long time. Generations. Is it possible that he can outmaneuver them and eradicate their influence over America? I mean, we got 4 years to find out, I guess, as long as he, stays alive. Oh yeah, Cheney's Warhawk, yeah, they're all making so much money off of these wars, and let's be honest here, Ukraine is a big giant money laundering freaking it's a scam. The whole damn thing is a scam. I'm just scrolling right now. So again, I am super excited for Mike Huckabee to be the U.S. ambassador, which is just kind of totally contradicts what I just said. But Huckabee is very pro-Israel. I am pro-Israel. I support Israel's right to self-defense. I 100% support their determination in extinguishing all of Iranian proxies, as well as the Iranian IRGC and Ayatollah regime. The people of Iran, a very large majority of them, are very much against their own government. They are peaceful, they are loving, they want to live in harmony with Israelis. They do not want to have this war, but they are under the crushing weight of a religious Zionist regime at this moment. So, whatever Israel does do, I hope that it is sparing of innocent civilian lives in Iran. But they do have to, they have to get Iran into such a position to weaken it to a point that the people can rise up and finish the job for themselves. Okay, that's where I'm at when it comes to Iran, is that Israel needs to lop off all the heads of the Hydra and wound the body to a point and let the Iranians, you know, kill off the heart of the beast. That's the point that it's at. Yeah. What else do we got going on? There's so much. I mean, it's not, yeah, it is a lot, but it's just little things here and there, here and there, here and there, you know. So, the FBI and the DOJ staff are anticipating a massive shakeup when the Trump administration rolls into town. So, the U.S. Justice Department and FBI employees are in fear right now, because of the possibility of the widespread house cleaning. Excuse me. As Donald Trump's White House returns looms. With the agency's brass reportedly stunned and shell-shocked, CNN and the Washington Times have reported that, thankfully, 2024 isn't 2016, according to TechnoFrog, a nom de plume for a lawyer, blogger, and popular legal observer on X tells Sputnik. Trump won't be caught off guard this time by a secret operation targeting his administration. The illegal wiretaps, the lies to the FISA courts that we now hopefully that he now knows knows better. Let's see here. That we saw in Trump's first time. And FBI leadership. FBI Director Christopher Wray isn't perfect, and he has made plenty of mistakes, but he is not as deceitful and prone to abuse his powers as former FBI Director James Comey. I don't know about that. I think they're both barking lapdogs. The lawyer hopes the long overdue overhaul in the FBI will start after Trump's inauguration. Similarly, there won't be the weaponization of the Justice Department that everybody saw in 2016. Special counsel Jack Smith's election interference case against Trump, which is pending in Washington, D.C., will likely be dismissed. He is also going to be stepping down from his position as well. Last week, after Trump's election, Smith asked the court to vacate the briefing schedule so that the Department of Justice could determine the appropriate course going forward. Given the DOJ's policy to not seek to continue the criminal case against a president, the court granted that request and vacated the briefing schedule and all deadlines in the pretrial schedule. That doesn't mean, however, that Trump has become immune to deep state interference, according to the lawyer. The deep state may push back on parts of Trump's policies that it finds disagreeable, especially when it comes to foreign policy. So, I'll just put that up there because, yeah. So, apparently, beyond the 3 airlines, the FAA, in its entirety, has banned all U.S. flights to Haiti for 30 days after those 3 planes were struck by gunfire. So it's not just the airlines anymore. It's apparently the whole FAA is done. They're over it. Unbelievable. So, let's see. What else we got? There's so much going on here. So, there is no official confirmation yet that I have seen, and maybe I am blind, but I have not seen any official confirmation come out that Marco Rubio is going to be the next Secretary of State. I know that is going around like crazy right now. Let me see here. I know that Marco Rubio's name has been used as an endorsement for Senator Rick Scott. So, Senator Mike Lee, Ron Johnson, Marsha Blackburn, Ron Paul, Bill Hagerty, Marco Rubio, and Coach Tommy Tuberville are all endorsing publicly Senator Rick Scott for the new Senate Majority Leader. Let's see here. but I haven't seen an official confirmation coming across. I know people are saying it, but I haven't seen it yet. Okay, thank you, Julie. Yeah, I haven't seen it anywhere, but I know it's blowing up all over the place, you know. Thing is that he's one step away from being a never Trumper. In my opinion, he's I know he's been very critical of the Biden administration, but he was also fairly critical. But let's be honest here, all of them have been critical of Trump at one point or another, you know, because they thought it was gonna, you know, win them votes, and it just really didn't. So I don't know about making him Secretary of State, though. I don't. I'm still trying to figure out what Tulsa Gabbard's gonna be, because she was a big help for the women's vote for Trump. I don't know what he's gonna use her for. There was rumors that she was gonna be tapped for Secretary of Defense, but then obviously we saw what's his face head chef get selected for Pete gets selected for the Secretary of Defense position. So I'm very curious what Tulsa Gabbard is going to be doing. Little trolling, little trolling. I like the trolling. Ooh. Oh, that's nice. I like that one. BC, thank you. Oh. There's no sound though. I like the sound. Yeah, VA secretary might be good. I don't know. I see her being in a little bit more of a prominent role, but VA secretary is good. More explosions in Beirut. Saboom. Sapphire. Yeah, I'm a pyro. It's okay. Man, to think. The country's gonna be 250 years old in a couple of years. That's nuts. What is this? So this is in Brazil today, guys. That is crazy. So much water. Sorry for the slowness, guys. It's playing faster than what it's loading. Telegram. There's so much water. You know, everywhere else is getting water except here in Phoenix. The desert. That really, really needs it. Ugh. Hate living here so much. So, what do we got here? So, War Room host Stephen K. Bannon has issued a stark warning to the Democratic Party of America as he appeared in court in New York on Tuesday as part of the We Build the Wall fraud trial against him. They're still going after him. So much going on here. So, we also have this from a statement coming out. I am pleased to announce that William Joseph McGinley will serve as my White House counsel. Bill is a smart and tenacious lawyer who will help me advise our American First agenda while fighting for election integrity and against the weaponization of law enforcement. He served in my first term as White House Cabinet Secretary and played a major role in our election victory as the RNC's outside counsel for election integrity. Bill has served as general counsel at the National Republican Senatorial Committee, has been a partner at 2 international law firms, and will work with me as we make America great again. So yeah, the Alex Jones is totally keen on the idea of being press secretary for just a little while. He does not want the job like full time. but he's totally stoked to do it for a little while. Let's see here. I can't even read this one. Let me scroll to it real quickly. So, this one is, I am pleased to announce the former director of the National Intelligence, John Ratcliffe, will serve as director of the Central Intelligence Agency. From exposing fake Russian collusion to be a Clinton campaign operation, collusion to be a Clinton campaign operation, to catching the FBI's abuse of civil liberties at the FISA court, John Ratcliffe has always been a warrior for truth and honesty with the American public. When 51 intelligence officers were lying about Hunter Biden's laptop, there was one, John Ratcliffe, telling the truth to the American people. For these and many other reasons, it was my great honor in 2020 to award John the National Security Medal, the nation's highest honor for distinguished achievement in the field of intelligence and national security. I look forward to John being the first person ever to serve in both of our nation's highest intelligence positions. He will be a fearless fighter for the constitutional rights of all Americans while ensuring the highest levels of national security and peace through strength. John Ratcliffe's quick bio. He previously served as the 6th Director of National Intelligence. In that role, Director Ratcliffe served as the leader of the U.S. intelligence community and principal intelligence advisor to President Trump. Prior to his nomination and confirmation as DNI, Director Ratcliffe served in Congress for more than 5 years as the U.S. Representative for the 4th Congressional District of Texas. As a congressman, he was a leading policymaker on national security issues as a member of the House Intelligence and Judiciary Committees, and as cybersecurity chairman on the Homeland Security Committee. So much. So much. Oh, I love Cat Turd. We'll look at some of Cat Turd's stuff. He's funny. Nope, sorry folks, that was muted.
Person and you know, challenged with the idea of how do you interact with people who you know voted for this, right? If you are an LGBTQ person and you know someone in your family voted essentially against your rights, or you're a woman knowing that, you know, this man was calling people the B word, J.D. Vance was literally calling Kamala Harris the trash and said, we're going to take out the trash. I know a lot of Black women were incredibly triggered by that. And if you then meet somebody and you know they voted for the people who called you trash, or if you're Puerto Rican, you know someone voted that way, do you recommend, just from a psychological standpoint, being around them? We got the holidays coming up. So I love that you asked this.
Yeah, me too, Roic. I just want to get to Inauguration Day at this point. It's one day at a time, man. So we have here a Philadelphia woman fired from Jefferson Health after wishing death on daughters of Trump voters. Every woman that voted for Trump, I hope your daughter has an ectopic pregnancy. Very nice. And they're the party of tolerance and acceptance. It's just so weird that is not what happens. So we got here, ballot chasing operations led by Turning Point Action made a difference in the 2024 election. It's so awesome. It really, truly is. So a little bit more about Pete Hegseth. He's not just a TV host. Decorated military leader and all-American badass who became a TV host. He's a Princeton and Harvard grad. Yeah, I agree with this assessment of him. Pete is exactly who you want running the DoD. Unlike these mopes running our military, he's commanded a battalion and took enemy fire. He lost friends. He sacrificed for this nation. I have absolutely no issue with him being freaking Secretary of Defense. None at all. I think he's gonna be a badass at that too. I've always liked him. The moment he became a Fox News contributor, um, yeah, he was just always awesome. I really like him.
This out. Look at this year.
49. 50 million. Let's be honest. 50 million.
Oh, sorry guys. You know.
This out. Look at this year. 49.
50 million. Let's be honest. 50 million.
37. Keep going. 13A, 22.6, 23.
This is just in the last
22, 21.7, 23.6, 20, 20, 16.4, 9.2, 8.5, 14.3. 60 million views on a daily basis, okay, while you're going through this. Now, Charlie, there's Instagram. That's a different audience. There's YouTube, different audience. You got radio, syndicated, different audience. You got Rumble, different audience. X, different audience. TikTok. When you're in the streets or you go places and people say, I watch your stuff on radio, I watch your stuff, I listen to your stuff on radio, I watch you on YouTube, I watch you on Instagram. How often do you hear TikTok?
TikTok is 80% of the...
Unbelievable.
And, you know, I hang out in the streets a lot. You know, that's what I'm for.
Yeah, that is a lot of work done by that man. So, Governor and former Congresswoman from South Dakota, Kristi Noem, will be appointed to serve as the Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security. Kristi has been very strong on border security. She was the first governor to send National Guard soldiers to help Texas fight the Biden border crisis, and they were sent a total of 8 times. She will work closely with the border czar, Tom Homan, to secure the border and will guarantee that our American homeland is secure from our adversaries. So, somebody fact check me, but isn't Kristi Noem the first female to serve as the Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security? Somebody fact check me. I believe she is the first female to do it. Just like Trump has appointed the first female chief of staff. But, you know, he's a misogynist. We got to remember that one.
It's 12:01 Eastern Time on Inauguration Day, January 20th. Highlight some of the day one, second one, minute one, whatever it may be, actions that are on top of your ideal to-do list. I imagine we're pretty aligned on this one.
Yeah, again, I'll speak openly, not to get you in trouble here, but get Ross.
I promise I don't prescribe to any of these things.
Yes, of
folks.
course.
I would never. I'm very milquetoast and moderate in my views.
Yes. Get Ross Ulbricht out of prison. It's a promise that the president made publicly that needs to be done on minute one, day one. I know of tons of libertarians in my social media feed, hundreds of thousands, in fact, that say they voted for the president because of the Ross Ulbricht promise. That young man needs to get out of prison. Number two, pardon every nonviolent January 6th offender and do it in the outer room of the Capitol. So Joe Biden went into the outer room of the Capitol and signed all of his executive orders getting rid of the 1776 Commission. Do it right there, and then that will help heal the country. Number three, there needs to be volleys of remain in Mexico, reinstated, allow the Border Patrol to do their job, reapprove ANWR and all of the oil leases, reapprove the Keystone XL pipeline. Remember, Biden got rid of the Keystone XL pipeline.
Day one, after promising they weren't going to be anti-oil and gas. You know, it's like...
So day one, we need to reinstitute it immediately. In addition, I think the president needs to make sure he has acting directors lined up at all these agencies. Remember last time, Sally Yates, that hangover from the Obama administration, she took over the AG's office temporarily while it was technically our Attorney General's office. So that needs to happen. And then you can go agency by agency. We have to get rid of this Title IX garbage in the Department of Education, what Biden's done, that allow men's and female sports. That we have to fulfill that pledge and fulfill that mandate saying that men are not allowed in female locker rooms, female spaces, or female sports, period. We will not put up with that. And then the big fight is that I think the president needs to fire a certain subset of federal workers and say that for cause, for example, there's 87,000 IRS agents, maybe fire a couple hundred of them and then force a legal challenge to make sure that it's clear that the president can fire civil service employees. That's just off the top of my head, Don. There's a lot of other ideas that I know that are cooking. But the big one is this, and I'm sure he'll do this through diplomacy as president-elect, end the wars. We are a war-weary country. We need to end the Russian-Ukrainian war. It's an outrage. We need to bring peace to the Middle East. The president can do that. And then the border, I know he's going to sign a ton of stuff. He's got Tom Homan and other people counseling him, which I think is awesome. And then kind of some of these other points that he said he was going to do. I know that he wants to do it day one, including, and then also full pardons for Steve Bannon, Peter Navarro for what they went through, which is just completely outrageous. And yeah, I just think that's minute one, day one. That would be what I would like to see.
Yeah, man, there's so much I want to see on day one. The first thing that I want to see on day one, executive order. I want him to pardon the January 6ers. All of them. I want them all pardoned. That's the first damn thing I want to see happen. Second, I want to see him close the border. Just close it off. All the way across the freaking the umpteen miles it is from Gulf to Pacific. Shut it all down. Even the ports of entry for asylum seekers, shut it all down. You gotta shut it down. You gotta stop the flow in to address the mass amount of people that are already here. And you gotta get the bad ones out first. You gots to. You gotta get the gang members, the human traffickers, the people that are, SMEX trafficking women and children. Get them all. Then my third thing would be to executive order the Keystone Pipeline and get that back up and going. Drill, baby, drill. I ain't got a problem with it. I got a problem with mining for lithium. I got a serious problem with that. Because what it does to the earth, man, it just trashes the earth. Versus an oil pipeline, they dig a big ass trench and bury the piping, and then they cover it over, and nature takes it back, and then you never knew it was freaking there. Yeah, that too, John. 100%, I agree.
Many people have been wondering why I have remained quiet since election night. I believe it's better not to comment until I have the facts. Wisconsin Election Commission is in the final process of finalizing the canvass from last Tuesday's election. Like many of my supporters, I was shocked by what unfolded on election night. At 1 a.m., I was receiving calls of congratulations, and based on the models, it appeared I would win the Senate race. Then at 4 a.m., Milwaukee reported approximately 108,000 absentee ballots, with Senator Baldwin receiving nearly 90% of those ballots. Statistically, this outcome seems improbable, as it didn't match the patterns from same-day voting in Milwaukee, where I received 22% of the votes. Since last Wednesday, numerous parties have reached out to me about voting inconsistencies, such as certain voting precincts in Milwaukee having turnout of over 150% of registered voters, and in some cases over 200%. Additionally, in 2020, President Biden received 10 million more votes than Vice President Harris did last Tuesday, yet in Milwaukee, even though the population of Milwaukee has declined, and registered voters declined by 26,330, and early voting numbers were down, somehow Harris received only 1,100 less votes than Biden did, which is not consistent with most major cities. This was accomplished by same-day registration that surged by almost 50% on a rainy day. Many people have reached out and urged me to contest the election. While I'm deeply concerned, asking for a recount is a serious decision that requires careful consideration. Further, there are meaningful limits on a recount because they don't look at the integrity of a ballot. What we do know is that Democrats organized and funded a phony America First candidate, Thomas Leaguer, on the ballot to deceive voters, that this candidate was aligned with President Trump in order to siphon votes from me, Because of this deception, Leaguer received 28,724 votes. Additionally, Democrats propped up the Libertarian candidate Phil Anderson, who garnered 42,344 votes through mailers and digital media to again draw votes away from me. If either of these candidates had not been in the race, the outcome would be different today. Is this right and fair to deceive voters? Is this the democratic process we want? Confidence in our elections is essential to a functioning democracy. It is one thing to lie to voters through TV ads like "I'm a Californian" or "I want to ban abortion" or ban beer. It is another to fund and organize a false candidate to manipulate voters. Another issue that is further undermining our confidence in our election is the failure by Wisconsin and Milwaukee election commissions to clean up our voter rolls. We currently have almost 8 million registered voters on our voter rolls with only 3.5 million active voters. Their primary role should be ensuring fair and accurate elections, and yet they have fallen short. This lack of action raises obvious questions about their commitment to doing their job. What happened in this election does not inspire confidence in our process, and that is wrong. Throughout my campaign, I've emphasized the need to come together, restore trust in our elections, reduce divisions, and focus on building a better Wisconsin for everyone. Once the final information is available and all options are reviewed, I will announce my decision on how I will proceed. Lastly, I want to thank my voters and everyone I've met over the past 9 months. I couldn't have done it without you.
I want your reaction to this clip, Tom. Play cut 369, please.
One who intends to come take away the freedom and opportunity and dignity of Illinoisans, I would remind you that a happy warrior is still a warrior. You come for my people, you come through me.
Game
1
on.
minute, your reaction, Tom.
Game on. We got no problem going through him. I got 20,000 men and women in ICE are going to do their job with no apology. Congress has enacted a law that protects this country. People need to understand. But what if they're not criminal aliens? Look, entering this country illegally is a crime. Every illegal alien in this country committed a crime to get here. So they're all criminals. And look, there's some worse than others. I get that. And even if they're not a criminal alien, when you cross that border and you overwhelm the Border Patrol, just because you're simply illegal alien, not a criminal, when you overrun the Border Patrol, that's when they get busy changing diapers, making baby formula, making hospital runs, making transportation runs. That's when the fentanyl comes across to kill 250,000 people. That's when you got 600% increase in sex trafficking. That's when you have a record number of terrorists crossing the border and people on the terrorist watch list. Illegal immigration is not a victimless crime. We're going to enforce a law without apologies, and the day Donald Trump takes that oath, we're in a go mode. And if any government wants to stand in the way, go ahead and do it. We'll see what happens. I'm not going to be intimidated. The men and women of ICE ain't going to be intimidated. We're going to do our job the way President Trump has committed to the American people. We have a mandate, and we're going to do it.
I mean, that's why I worked as hard as I did on the election, everybody.
Oh man, I just can't wait for him to
We created this problem one way or another, and we have a strong responsibility in trying to solve it. The Ukrainian existence depends on us. I know how to finish the war in Ukraine. I can finish the war in Ukraine in a couple of weeks, just by cutting the supply. If I cut the supply of arms to Ukraine, Ukraine cannot resist. They will have to surrender, and the war will finish. But is this the way we want the war finished? I don't want. And I hope that many people around Europe doesn't want neither.
Yeah, that's Joseph Borrell. He's making the claim to the informal head of the European. Well, he's the head of the European diplomacy, whatever. Going to Ukraine, that we created this problem, so we need to go in there and fix it, or whatever nonsense. Oh God, I want to listen to this guy some more.
Hey, look, they gave me 5 minutes to say a few things, so if I offend anybody tonight, I don't give a shit. How many pounds of fentanyl didn't make in this country to kill Americans? How many known suspected terrorists didn't make it in the country? How many billions of dollars did the cartels make? President Trump is one badass president. He secured the border at the level we've never seen before. And I got a message to the millions of illegal aliens that's been released into the United States under this administration. Don't get too comfortable. We're going to need some help. Do I have any volunteers that want to come back and help run the biggest deportation operation in the history of this nation? In January of 25, the greatest president of my lifetime walking back in the White House. He tells me, we got, I say 120 days. He says, no, you got 60 to lock the border down. Well, I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what I told the president. He comes back, I come back, we fix this shit.
So I'm gonna agree with this statement here and this photograph, okay? Here we have RFK Jr., right? I kid you not, after watching a few of his videos on all of the ingredients in different foods and stuff like that, even the foods that I'm thinking are, because we don't really have junk food in my house. The most junk foods we have is like maybe potato chips. That's about the extent of it. Other than that, it's majority fruits and vegetables, and but the kids eat like Cheez-It crackers and stuff that claims to be all natural fruit roll-up things. Not the mainstream fruit roll-up stuff, but like legit stuff. But 5.2 in Afghanistan, in the Hindu Kush region, 5.2. But yeah, watching his stuff, I was like, you know what, that's kind of worrisome. So I went and checked just like the very few processed things that we have in this house. And I kid you not. So the caption of this video, or this photograph, says, whenever I'm about to open a bag of chips, I picture RFK Jr. giving me this look, and I put down the bag of chips and get myself a carrot. I have to agree. I kid you not. We have gone through so many things in this house that comes prepackaged, which isn't a lot, but what it is, we read the ingredients and we look them up and we're like, holy shit, things that you would think are completely, totally harmless is 100% not. So we and I showed my kids those videos, and they got to listen to it from somebody else, not me, so they don't think that mommy's just trying to take away their snacks. But I showed them the videos. Now my kid, I kid you not, is just on this paranoid trip. Anything that he picks up, he looks at the ingredients first and he reads it before he even opens it. I love it. So we've made the decision to cut back on anything and everything that's processed. I must have spent 40 minutes at the grocery store the other day looking at the back of a bag of chips, because we like our potato chips. That's about the extent of our junk food, like I said. Trying to find a product that was not laced with stuff. So we ended up on Lay's basic plain potato chips, because that's really the only one out there, unless you want to pay $6 for a very small 8-ounce bag of potato chips. So yeah, we've cut out everything. So if it doesn't come out of the ground and doesn't come from an animal, we're not eating it in this household. and the ingredients are extensively reviewed if it is a processed food option, and everything has to fall in line or it's disqualified from being eaten in this house, and the kids are 100% backing it. So we don't do canned goods either, Relic. It's literally, if it doesn't come out of the ground, like, I can pick it up in its raw form. And my meat, I research the meat from where I buy it from the local ranchers, so I know what's in my meat. So until RFK gets in there and changes all the shit in our foods, which I think it's gonna take. If the food industry is smart, they're already making the necessary changes to fall in line with what he's gonna be requiring them to do. So hopefully it's not too much of a delay. And we can get some of the foods back that we like. I don't know about the rest of you guys. I had not eaten a Twinkie in a couple of decades, to be honest, because I don't do sugar. I don't do food, a lot of processed foods. I don't do fast food. I just can't stomach the stuff. I attempted to eat a Twinkie a couple months ago, and it tasted like absolute garbage. I remember Twinkies tasting really, really, really good back in the 80s, prior to the 90s, before they did this whole, let's dump all these chemicals into our food experiment. I took a bite of the Twinkie, I almost barfed. It was just so gross. So what I am hoping and I am praying is that whatever RFK is going to change, that it brings back the real authentic taste of our foods. Because everything tastes like crap. It really, really does. Yeah, preservatives are a form of processed foods. Yeah. But he is going to do whatever he's going to do. He's going to look at what it is. If you look at Canada, you look at Europe, God, look at freaking Asia. They have such high standards for their foods that we don't. You have people that come over here from all those other countries and look at our food and think it's just absolutely disgusting. And it is. So I hope he gets us back to where our processed foods are not disgusting processed foods. That they are once again edible and you don't have to worry about them giving you some fudged up form of freaking cancer. Yep, I'm going to hell for this one. I can't resist. Oh man. Wow, Elon and Vivek running that department. That's gonna be freaking insane. Wow. So, FBI Director Christopher Wray is set to retire before President Trump's inauguration. This is just coming out, guys. This came out 7 minutes ago. FBI Director Christopher Wray is going to retire. He is jumping ship before Trump comes back in. Oh, wow. That is awesome. Yeah, Trump effect, man. It's gonna be insane. So, okay, Danielle, the cost of beef has nothing to do with what RFK Jr. is going to be doing. The cost of beef, it has to do with inflation, the economy, the Federal Reserve, so on and so forth. That's what controls the price of stuff. and that all of that is looking to be fixed too. So what they're doing as far as the inflation and stuff like that, they're looking, and I think I talked about this maybe the other day, I don't know, or I talked to somebody about it. Everything just kind of melds together lately. They've tapped Ron Paul. Ron Paul is a staunch supporter of eliminating the Federal Reserve. And the more and more that I learn about it, I am in full agreement that the Federal Reserve needs to be completely demolished. 100%. They need to get fucking rid of the Federal Reserve. So, from what I have seen and read so far, the Federal Reserve is responsible for absolutely every financial crisis that the United States has ever had. Now, you get rid of the Federal Reserve, you raise the tariffs like a motherfucker on the other countries that have high tariffs on us, which I fully agree with. The tariffs should help to start to eliminate the deficit, to shrink the deficit, and the energy independence that Trump is envisioning, where we become a top producer of oil as well as natural gas. And Europe has already stated that they're going to stop buying from Russia and they're going to start buying from the United States. That also will help to lower our deficit. That also creates an opportunity for Trump to follow through on his promise of eliminating certain taxes for American citizens under a certain threshold. He wants to eliminate the tax on senior Social Security income for our seniors, which is a phenomenal idea. He just wants to honestly do away with income tax as it is, period. No taxes on tips is another. And the economists that are looking at his proposed plan between the tariffs and the energy independence can afford him to eliminate the amount of taxes and put roughly 30 grand back into American pockets a year. A fucking year. 30 fucking grand. Excuse my language, but that is freaking crazy. If that is accurate, if that's what can be achieved, provided that we don't encounter never-Trumpers and sabotage within the House and the Senate, which is a very good possibility. But the elimination of the Federal Reserve will actually allow a United States to prosper, in my opinion. Just everything that I've been reading the last couple of days, I'm in favor of it. God. So the basic history, behind the Federal Reserve, from what I've read. So you had the Rothschilds and who's the other one? Rothschilds and, oh God, I forgot the other name. Sorry, my brain is fudging today. I gotta freaking look it up now, damn it. It was the Rothschilds and somebody else back in the early 1900s. Rockefellers. There we go. I knew it was an R. So sorry. The Rockefellers and the Rothschilds. They actually got together, private little freaking meeting, and I'm just, paraphrasing everything, folks. So, feel free to fact check me on all this. History is very, very interesting. But they sat around, they drafted this freaking bullshit resolution for the Federal Reserve, handed it to Congress. Congress voted on it, passed it. And because of that, they were able to print fake money, that wasn't backed by gold anymore, for the United States entry into World War I. Okay? So here we are printing money for gold that we didn't have, creating inflation, and after World War I ended, that balloon was getting bigger and bigger from printed money that didn't exist. And then you had the stock market crash, and then the Great Depression, and then to try to, you know, salvage the United States economy and the other issues that we were having during the Great Depression as far as loss of jobs and such. Here comes World War II. And you can just see the repeated pattern after that throughout throughout history. The Federal Reserve is responsible for inflation. What used to cost $1 in 1913 now costs $31 today, almost $32 because of inflation. And that is all because of the Federal Reserve. The Federal Reserve also made that wonderful decision to stop the retirement accounts that made people a lot more money and started all the bullshit on the 401k. So when the stock market crashes, hey, there goes your fucking retirement. So again, the Federal Reserve, it being demolished, would be probably the best thing that could happen to the United States right now. I'm not an economist. Like I said, this is just what I've gathered from reading. It's gotta go. It does nothing except serve the elites, because it was drafted by the elites. It was created by the elites. It serves the elites only. It doesn't serve the American people. Yeah, Soros needs to go hardcore, 100%. And I think he's gonna find his ass out the door with a big Trump boot mark on it. So, reports suggest Trump's performance among Jewish voters was the best a Republican has obtained since the 1950s. So, looking forward, Trump could target New York congressional districts with a sizable Jewish population, building on the rapport he's built with Hasidic Jews. While New York won't be a swing state in 2028, realigning the Jewish vote could make it one, and brokering peace in the Levant could do just that. I think Trump stands a very, very good chance of turning a lot more states blue if he can fulfill his promises and make life so much fucking better for every single American that even the people on the left have to sit there and go, damn, our life is way better now. We're going to vote for J.D. Vance because he's going to be a continuation of the same policies. That's my hope. Hopes and dreams. Donald Trump is expected to block Prime Minister Keir Starmer's handover of the Caicos Islands. That's going to be interesting. Let's see. What else do we got here? There's some stuff going on. So we have here the United States Central Command announces it has conducted airstrikes against positions of Iranian-backed militias, likely LDF and Liwa Fatamayuna, Liwa Zion Bayuna, in Syria as retaliation for the attacks against U.S. Army soldiers there. The U.S. Central Command forces struck Iranian-aligned targets in Syria in response to the attacks on the U.S. personnel on 12 of November. They conducted strikes against an Iranian-backed militia group's weapons storage and logistics headquarters facility. These strikes were in response to a rocket attack on U.S. personnel at patrol base Shedayadaya. Yeah, that's a hard one. There was no damage to U.S. facilities and no injuries to U.S. or partner forces during the attack. These strikes will degrade the Iranian-backed group's ability to plan and launch future attacks on U.S. and coalition forces who are in the region to conduct de-ISIS operations. We have made it clear that attacks on U.S. personnel, partner forces, and facilities will not be tolerated, and that we retain the right to defend ourselves, according to the U.S. Central Command. Alongside our regional partners, we aggressively pursue any threat to U.S. forces, allies, and partners, and security in the region. This all came from General Michael Eric Kurilla, the U.S. CENTCOM commander. Yeah, that's the other one I want to see on day one, Relic, is that it is illegal for foreign countries to own land in the United States. Sarah Huckabee did it in Arkansas. She flat out said, yep, sorry about your fucking luck. Arkansas is sovereign land, man. Any foreign country that owned land in Arkansas lost their rights to it, and there's not a damn thing they could do. It was glorious. I loved the day she did that. Let's see, what else do we got? Yeah. So we have 2 Russian ballistic missiles that were fired against Kyiv. Those did result in some explosions in the suburbs. Apparently at 10:28, which was about 10 minutes ago, more ballistic missiles were fired from the east, from Russia, Novorossiya, towards Kyiv, followed by confirmed explosions. And then some more ballistic missiles have been fired from Voronezh. Getting a little better at the Russian. Not much, but just a little teeny bit. That's not a video. Let's see here. No, don't make them pay rent. Get them the hell out. No foreign country should own our land. Period. Okay, so is Colette in the room? Colette, if you know what this means, please explain this one to me. Ah, good night, Julie. Rest well. Keith, I have no word on any North Koreans being killed in combat yet. Colette, if you are here, I don't know if you are, lady. I'll read this. If you are, great. If not, I will send it over and have you make sense of this. So the 10-year note yield is just casually up another 13 basis points today. That's a plus 85 basis points since the Fed started cutting interest rates, and no one seems to care. Why has this become normal? So, if you're here, Colette, please let me know. Oh, you are here. Yeah, can you explain all of that one to me? Yeah. Why is that happening? Okay. Sorry, guys. I'm back and forth on some stuff here. Yeah, so, John, I was looking into this FEMA emergency staging area stuff at the old, Air Force Base in Michigan. So, it seems like a very, very odd place to stage anything. Now, what we have to do is wait to see if we see some kind of buildup or reinforcement. Now, I know that they've staged about 350 semi-trucks there. A lot of what I was seeing today in regards to that was preparation for winter storms in the region. Since FEMA had such an epic fail with the hurricane season, if there was any type of blizzard that comes in and fudges stuff up royally, because there is a shift between an El Nino and La Nina, which, may bring a harsher winter or something, I don't know. That's one of the things I read today as a quote-unquote reason for the buildup there in Michigan at an abandoned Air Force base. So they're staging gear and material there instead of trying to get it in to the area, trying to transport through a blizzard versus the stuff being readily available. That's just, again, something that I read today. That does not mean that it's true. Let's see here. Now, I know there are FEMA camps everywhere. I don't, my curiosity is, you know, if they're going to be building up. So what they're saying here is that it's preparation for an emergency situation. So, Relic, we haven't confirmed it yet. That's the issue. Is until NATO, somebody in NATO confirms it. Zelensky can say it all day long. Zelensky's gonna lie his ass off to get what it is that he wants. He wants NATO involved. He wants NATO troops on the ground with Ukrainians fighting the Russians. He wants NATO weapons bombing the hell out of Russia's interior. Okay? That's what Zelensky wants, and Zelensky will say anything that he can to try to get us involved. So I'm not as quick to say, yes, North Korean troops have been killed in confrontations with Ukrainians until NATO confirms it. But that's just my stance. Again, I don't trust Zelensky. He's a money laundering son of a bitch. I just don't trust the guy. And I get it's coming from it's on CNN, but again, it's coming from Zelensky. That's my problem. If we can find something that is from NATO in some fashion, and not from a warmongering country in NATO, I would 100% stand by this, and I will even put it in the ticker because that's massive. That's huge. But like I said earlier, I had not seen anything to confirm it. For the United States hasn't confirmed it. I watch the Pentagon briefings daily. They haven't confirmed it. Maybe it will be briefed tomorrow. So I'll definitely make sure I tune in for the Pentagon briefing tomorrow and get that information. If you by chance see it at all, shoot it to me. And if you're on our Telegram channel, I don't know if you are or not. Again, this channel stays up 24 hours. I try to read all the comments before I shut it down and restart it. So, if you do find something that is credible beyond Zelensky, please absolutely post it, and we'll run it from there, because that's massive. That's huge. So yeah, concerns mount as FEMA selects Osaka Airport. Okay, I guess I saw somewhere it was a freaking retired or abandoned Air Force base or something. For massive emergency hub, 350 semi-trailers with equipment set to serve 6 Michigan counties in preparation for emergency situations. So again, I guess it's the question of what are they going to constitute as an emergency situation? Do they know something that we don't? Or like I saw earlier, they are staging in preparation in the event that, you know, bad weather or some crap, because FEMA looks like shit right now. It's one of those, unless somebody leaks something, we're not going to know until it happens. I wish we did. I heard a jet. If there's a loud boom. I turned it down earlier. There was cars. A lot of honking. But we'll see. GOP senators feeling bullied as MAGA Nation makes their choice for Senate Majority Leader crystal clear. Oh, that's awesome. So again, I talked about this the other day. Barron Trump masterminded his father's victory. Barron literally told his father how to win. So Barron told his father about all the podcasting and the amount of viewership for some of these podcasters. So Trump literally did hopped from podcast to podcast, being interviewed by these individuals that had, 30, 40, 50 million followers. That's phenomenal. He was able to get his message out clear, unbiased, without the leftists ripping it apart, through their media operations. So again, this is I've seen several stories about young Barron basically being responsible for his father's win, which is great. I'd love to see Barron get involved somehow. A lot of NATO confirming North Korean soldiers deployed along. Yes, they are deployed. 100%. That was confirmed by Pentagon last week, I think on Wednesday or Thursday. They're confirmed deployed, but no, there has been no confirmation of them engaging in warfare with Ukrainian soldiers yet. So 4 counties in Michigan find more than 26,000 votes days after the election. Several seats flipped from Democrats to Republican? Is that what it's saying? Yeah, several seats flipped from Democrat to Republican, including one Michigan House seat. That's good to know. About time it actually flipped towards red instead of always flipping blue magically. So, you guys are going to really, really, really be stoked on this one. This one just really, man, makes me want to support them. And no, it makes me want to bomb the whole fucking country. Iraq has now proposed a new law to lower the age of consent for girls from 18 to 9. Okay? I'm going to say that again. Iraq has proposed a new law that will lower the age of consent from 18 years old for girls to the age of 9. Just like their Prophet Muhammad did. I'm sorry, but this is a bunch of pedos. Jiminy pedos, man. There's a lot wrong with them trying. A lot. Colette, I sent you the thing that I was asking about in Telegram. If you can help me make sense of that, because it's talking about the basis points and the Fed's cutting the rates and everything. If you can help me make sense of that, that would be super. So yeah, that whole issue with the chick of FEMA telling her subordinates not to go and help people in houses that had Trump signs or Trump flags after the hurricane in Florida. So apparently she decided to become a whistleblower. She has come out and stated that she was actually ordered herself to tell them not to go to Trump houses. Trump supporters' houses. So this actually goes all the way to the top, according to her. And there are text messages to confirm that. So, Rep. Greg Steube, FEMA scandal larger than thought. D.C. was directing and advising officials to ignore homes with Trump flags. Yeah. Freaking crazy. So conservatives are planning to nominate challenger to House Speaker Mike Johnson during tomorrow's internal GOP elections. So remember tomorrow I may be on live during the day, depending. because tomorrow they are going to try to cheat Trump out of a solid Senate, and elect never Trumpers rather than Rick Scott, who is still kind of borderline never Trumper, but he's more in favor of supporting Trump's agenda than the other two are. So tomorrow they're holding that election, which doesn't make sense to me because Mitch McConnell doesn't actually retire or resign until the end of this session. So why are they trying to hold a vote for new majority leader when the new people haven't come into office yet? Unless they're including them? Yeah, nothing makes sense about any of that, but... Last year I worked with the contractors in SF. They visited a regional detective who tracked down terrorists and he was in bed. Yeah. So, GOP keeps control of the House. Republicans will control all three branches of government in such a massive sweep. Every American should see this ex-Dem AC repairman set NBC News straight on why Kamala lost. I will try to get that video later. I see where the video is, but I gotta jump through hoops to get it. Democrats have revealed in Nevada that Nevada officials deleted 26,902 ballots from their mail ballot totals overnight from Thursday to Friday. So Nevada is also experiencing some type of voter fraud. So the fraud is still there. It's still taking place, but it is taking place after the lawyers have left. Okay? The lawyers were mainly there to oversee election integrity when it came to Trump's election. That's what they were hired to do. Once it was determined that Trump was the victor that night, there was no ability for them to try to change votes around and steal the election. But they are stealing the election to reduce the number of seats that the Republicans have in the House as well as the Senate. Okay, because the last I checked, I gotta double check actually. I haven't checked in a few hours. The House was up to, I want to say 219. Oh yeah, don't forget that Mike Tyson and Jake Paul fight is coming up this Friday. So, I mean, the stream will be on, but I'll probably, in all earnest, be watching the fight, because that's going to be kind of awesome. Let's see here. So, okay, no, I'm sorry. The House is still at 218 to Republicans, 207 to the Democrats. There are still 12 seats to be called, which is really, really screwed up that it's taken this long to call 12 seats. So, again, we know that they could be attempting to try to flip shit in certain states to prevent a stronger majority for the Republicans in the Senate and the House. So, the uncalled House races are Ohio, which has a Captur, which is a plus 1%, who is a Democrat. We have Maine District 2, which is Golden, who's up by 1%, which is also Democrat. In Arizona, we have Cisco Mani, who is up by 2, who is a Republican. In Iowa, District 1, Miller Meeks is up by plus 1, and that's Republican. In California, you have California District 9, District 21, and District 47 that are all Democrats that are waiting, but these are in the 80s and 70s as far as reporting is concerned. In California District 13, 41, and 45, those are leaning toward Republican with 70s and 80s percentage-wise reporting. And then we have one in Alaska who's +4, up 80% reported, who's Republican. So the House is still going to take some more seats out of the 12 left. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it looks like half and half is how it's going to end up being split. So that takes the majority from the Republicans from 218 to 224, which is awesome, especially if rhinos, you know, cross party lines, which they are notorious for doing. Where are we at on this freaking Senate? I haven't looked at the Senate today. I looked at the House, but not the Senate. So yeah, the Senate's still sitting at 53 to 47. So there's no other races to call for that, from what I'm seeing. That's about it. Gallego, I think, was the last holdout, which I still don't think that he fucking won. But nope, that's me. Let's see. What was reported at Iraq? Oh. Yeah, that stuff. Okay, summary. It's an inflation indicator. Fed will probably drop the interest rate by 0.25% to attempt to control demand for higher rates. Yeah, but 0.25%, that's not going to do shit, anything, is it, Colette? Yeah, Relic. Majority means, yeah, that it's still a Republican speaker, but they are gonna attempt to remove Mike Johnson, which I agree with. Mike Johnson is a rollover kind of guy. I had more hope for him when he first got elected, but he flat out said he would not allow any more omnibuses to be passed. And what does he do? He fucking allows the omnibuses. He has catered to the left at every demand. He has bent over and taken it up the tailpipe by the left more times than what should be allowed. So I am all for Johnson being kicked the fuck out of House Speaker position and somebody else put in his place. And because they now, if these numbers hold true for the incoming races that haven't been called yet, which I'm sure they're going to try to fraud its way through, the House is looking at being at a 224 majority. Right now, we're only at, I think, a 218 majority. So, if you know, the rhino, if one rhino crosses over, it fucks things up. So having a little bit more of a lead in the House is great. Same with the Senate. With J.D. Vance, we're sitting at 54. So it's a strong Senate. I wish a stronger House would be possible, but we got what we got. And we have 6 Supreme Court justices that are, you know, right-leaning. So we have all 3 branches of government. There's absolutely no reason for anybody to stand in Trump's way of getting shit done unless they are anti-American, in league with the left, war hawks, you know, just anti-constitutionalist. They don't give a shit about America. They just want to make their money. They hate Trump. They're never Trumpers. Whatever their reasoning is, those are the motherfuckers that are going to be standing in the way. And everybody's been having their little secret meetings across freaking D.C. the last couple of days. Everybody from the Pentagon to the Department of Justice to Congress, the Senate, everybody's been having their secret little meetings to try to Trump-proof all of their organizations to prevent Trump from coming in and doing what it is that he needs to do. Yeah, they're either blue states or swing states. Colette, when did we hit four and a quarter? Everything is still like, last I checked, trying to get like approved for a new mortgage or refinancing on my house or anything like that was still upwards of freaking 7%, and that was like a week and a half ago. When did it hit 4 and a quarter? Yes, Colette, 100%. It will cause a big increase at first, and everybody's going to be pissed off and blaming Trump, and then everything should level out. But thing is that's what happens when you pop the bubble. It has to happen. And this inflation bubble has been carrying on for far too many years, and it's got to pop, and we're going to feel the brunt of it. But hopefully whatever Trump has in place as far as tariffs and energy, sources of revenue for the United States, hopefully that eases some of that bubble popping. But we're all gonna feel it. It's gonna be it's gonna hurt for a short amount of time. So people need to realize that, and I really hope they come out and they announce that hey, we're gonna have that little bit of a painful transition because we have to fix this shit. This is gonna happen first. That's what I hope they do, just to let everybody know, because the Democrats are gonna jump all over it. Oh, Trump is ruining the economy. Trump is doing this. Trump has made it harder for everybody. Blah, 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 blah. You guys were wrong to vote for him. That's what they're gonna do. I love Jim Jordan. I think he should be Speaker of the House. And yeah, they are promising transparency on releasing the information on the JFK assassination, the Epstein list, and the Diddy list. They had promised transparency and that this stuff will be released. Trump made a promise to RFK Jr. that everything on Kennedy would be released, because that was his uncle. And they've made damn sure that anybody and everybody that, they closed that stuff down for, I think it was 75 years, after it happened. So anybody that was alive and associated with it would be dead, so they can't be held accountable. What kind of government fucking covers shit up and puts a timestamp on it for 75 years unless you're culpable? Let's be honest here. It's fucking ridiculous. Okay. Thank you, Colin. I don't know much about that. How that interferes with the the Fed rate versus the lending rates and all that. I just know to keep my credit score up. I pay my shit and keep my credit score happy so I can get stuff later. That's about the extent of me on that one. Let's see here. Oh yeah, so this happened. I read this story, and it's absolutely mind-blowing to me that this happens. Seattle woman overwhelmed by election brutally murders her father with an ice axe. Yes, she was so overwhelmed by Trump's winning that she got into a fight with her father and killed him with an ice axe. What the hell is wrong? See, the left has a serious mental illness problem. We see it in all of those freaking videos on TikTok. The shit with them shaving their damn heads. There's been multiple instances of assaults, and this is not the first murder that I have read about in relation to the Trump election. It's a very interesting coincidence, and or it's a correlation. So the Ukrainian official offered no details about casualties, but the U.S. official said a significant number of North Korean troops were killed. according to the newspaper Kyoto News. What, so what's U.S. official and who is Kyoto News? You guys can't post links. I think that is so dumb. If you could just spell out the link so I can look it up. I mean, I could look up Kyoto News. Sometimes they bury that shit, though, and I can't freaking... Kyoto News? Who's Kyoto News? So it's a Japanese news outlet. Okay. The US dollar tops 155 yen for the first time since late July. That's funny. 7 I extending let's see here. 50,000 Russian, North Korean troops in Kursk fighting against Ukraine. So about 50,000 Russian and North Korean troops deployed to Russia's Kursk region, which we knew. They are fighting against Ukrainian forces, a senior government official told Kyoto News on Tuesday. Who? See, I love how they say the sources, and that's my problem reading a lot of this shit is that they say a source here and a source there. I like names. Okay, government official told Kyoto News. The Ukrainian official said fierce fighting has broken out and North Korean soldiers have been killed in some areas, as the United States officially acknowledged for the first time on Tuesday that Pyongyang has sent troops to support Russia's war. Yeah, that was last week. It wasn't on Tuesday, it was last week they freaking confirmed that. I watched the Pentagon briefing of it. As Ukrainian forces have seized control of part of the Kursk region after a cross-border attack, fears are growing that Russia could launch a large-scale offensive to retake it as soon as possible. North Korean soldiers are believed to have received training in Russia. North Korea said Tuesday it had ratified a defense cooperation treaty with Russia, including provision for mutual assistance if either country comes under attack. Okay, so... So yeah, until they get somebody to step up and say it, or do the Pentagon briefing. I mean, I'm not doubting it. We knew a couple weeks ago, before the Pentagon even confirmed, that North Korea troops had been sent there to train with Russia and to be sent to the front lines. We saw all that shit happening because we saw it from multiple sources. It wasn't just one. This Kyoto is the first one that I've seen saying anything about that, so that's a good pull. I work off of threes, so if I see 2 more, then I say fuck the Pentagon briefing. If 3 sources are confirming it, then it's pretty much solidified at that point in time. The Pentagon is very slow to release that information under the Biden regime for some odd reason. I know that they are definitely dragging their feet on anything dealing with Ukraine and potentially North Korea, because they have made the statement very clear that that is a red line for NATO and for the United States, at which point in time they will authorize Ukraine to use the long-range weapons against Russia. And that is definitely going to exacerbate the situation. Oh yeah, admitting it definitely opens a can of worms. That's why I'm treading very... Relic, I want you to understand, I am treading very carefully. It is not that I am doubting you. By any means. I am very cautious. Because I am not like somebody else, somebody else's channel or sever other people's channels. The last thing I want to do is jump and say, yep, this is what's happening and this is what's going to follow. This is a very, very delicate situation with North Korea, Ukraine, and Russia, and NATO. So if that stuff is coming out, and we all knew it was going to come out at some point, because like I said, we were on it weeks ago about North Korea being involved in Russia and sending troops there. We watched the videos of them going up and down the Russian line, getting their equipment in their duffel bags. We saw it all. We knew they were being sent to the front lines. We knew they were out there digging their trenches and hiding in them. 100%. We all knew this. We covered it. But I waited until I had enough verifiable sources to confirm it, because what I say on this channel, I want to make sure it's accurate information and that we are not sitting here, you know, making fraudulent claims or fear mongering, you know, clickbait things that other channels do. That's what I want to avoid 100%. You guys I trust, you guys I know hunt down factual information. You guys are very, very much in line with how I like this channel to run. We want to make sure that it's accurate and reliable. So yes, he shall not be named. That channel shall not be named. So if anybody, and this is open to anybody, this isn't just on me, you know, yes, I say my channel as in I come here and I push the button and I talk, or Danielle talks, or I play music, or I update cameras. That's about the extent of my channel, quote unquote. I built this channel for everybody to come and drop their news that they find. And yes, if I step in because I know something is off or wrong, or it was, you know, not confirmed or something like that, that's my job as the host, I guess, of this channel, is to make sure that this stuff stays credible. So it's never doubting anybody, because I'm sorry, I've had it happen to me too, where I've seen information and then somebody in the chat says, hey, wait a minute, this and this. Oh shit, okay, cool, I was wrong, or I didn't know, or I read garbage. And it happens from time to time. 100%, I'm totally fine with it, you know. Not like other channels. Oh, you got to provide your sources. Oh, that's your second warning. Oh, that's your third warning. You're freaking blocked. No, we're all human. We're gonna make mistakes. But this is everybody's channel for everybody to be posting all the information that they can find. I'm still trying to figure out how freaking what's-his-face's channel does it, where everybody can input the information into the chat and it gets put as a feature on there. I know it's some type of widget, but I think you have to build the code for it, because I cannot find the widget to save my life. But maybe I'll get AI to help me write a code, because it's pretty intensive code writing to build what it is that I do want to have. But anyhow, that's beside the point. That's another tangent. So Abe Child, what happened to the white van? Congressional task force neglects white van reports and demand letter to ATF on the Butler rally attempted assassination. Oh, here, the Dutch government under Geert Wilders' right-wing party to implement border checks to curb illegal migration. Everybody's doing it, man. The populist right movement is starting to take over the world. It's just delayed in Europe. Slowly and surely, more and more countries are starting to elect the right wingers and kick the migrants out, stop the migrants from coming back in, and stop the wokeness from, you know, destroying the rest of their country. And it's slowly and surely starting to take effect. In this regard, the United States was first, and we, I hope, are a mirror for the other countries. Like I've always said, if you ever wanted to see what was going to happen to our country, look at Canada, look at Australia, look at Europe. Because that's where the wokeness has been so terrible, and it's spread so far and has corrupted so much. The United States was the last, you know, holdout in that arena, and the wokeness, as we all saw, was creeping into every facet of life. You know, all the way down to our children. They managed to get that fucking far. Now America has said, enough. You came for our children. You done fucked up. Now we're taking it back. So hopefully we are a mirror to the rest of the world, to Canada, which I heard Justin Trudeau does not have long. His ass is on his way out, because the people are sick and tired of it there. And slowly and surely, more and more European countries are starting to do the same. So hopefully, prayers that they can overcome the cancer of the left. So apparently, one of the world's richest men is moving to America after Trump's landslide victory. What is his name? His name is... Why do they make me hunt for it? Anthony Pratt. He's an Australian businessman whose company, Pratt Industries, is worth an estimated $35 billion. Confirmed that he has been granted permanent residency in the United States. For more than 30 years... Stupid pop-up. For more than 30 years, we've invested to build 70 factories in America, creating 12,000 well-paying American manufacturing jobs, he wrote on LinkedIn. I will remain chairman of Vidsy Australia and will be returning to Australia on a regular basis. Pratt is known to be on close terms with the president, a member of his exclusive Mar-a-Lago resort in Palm Beach. Trump has publicly referred to Pratt as a friend and praised his business endeavors. Wow. So there it is. Trump has gotten one of the richest business guys in the world to move his shit here. That is outstanding. Oh God, I can't wait for her to be gone. Karine Jean-Pierre is triggered after Peter Doocy asked about Kamala Harris's awkward lunch with Joe. We watched that video earlier, but I can't wait for that lady to be gone. Again, oh God, I'm so excited for Trump's cabinet for the most part. So Bucks County, Pennsylvania is breaking the law by counting undated and incorrectly dated ballots in race Dave McCormick, or in a race that Dave McCormick has already won. So they're trying to, again, cheat. Oh yeah, BC, he's your uncle? Set us up a lunch. I got some ideas. Man, so much going on. Los Angeles Times owner fires far left editorial board. Wants factual and balanced coverage of Trump's presidency. The fucking Los Angeles Times. Excuse my language, but oh wow. Oh my God. Oh my God. That's crazy. Ha. Ha. Ha ha ha. So, Jayapal, whatever her name is, she's a Democrat, freaking Dem lawmaker in the Senate. She is now against removing the filibuster. So weird, right? You know what I'm really, really, really excited for? I really want Trump to do the most epic troll on the left ever. I want Trump to come out and say that he plans to extend the Supreme Court justices from 9 to 11 and see what they do. Ukraine says it fought North Korean troops for the first time. BBC. Okay. That's 2. Man. It's so, yeah, that again, that's the most epic troll that I want to have happen. Is them say that they're gonna expand the court. Not actually do it, but just to say it and watch the left just fucking melt down. Oh God, I would happily sit here for 12 hours playing every meltdown video that comes out if he trolls them that way. So DC swamp lawyer advises impeachment whistleblower Eric Ciaramella to flee country after Trump landslide. God, these people actually think they're enough, they're special enough for Trump to really come after them. He's not gonna fucking waste his time. He's got too much shit to do. So Elon Musk calls for defunding of National Public Radio after Orwellian clip of CEO services online. We're gonna have to read this one. See what this actually has to say. Because sometimes the headlines are misleading. So, in what may be a foreshadowing of his new job in cutting government spending, Elon Musk is calling for the defunding of National Public Radio. Musk's declaration was sparked by a video of the organization's CEO, which you can see below, Conservatives have long been calling for the defunding of NPR, which is an explicitly leftist organization. Why should conservatives be forced to fund a nonprofit that hates them? I don't see anything wrong with that. Elon Musk renewed calls on Tuesday to defund the NPR after a controversial video of its CEO questioning the importance of truth resurfaced online. Footage of NPR CEO Catherine Mayer from an August 2021 TED Talk appeared on X Tuesday, sparking new debate over the taxpayer-funded broadcaster's alleged bias, which has come under scrutiny in recent months. In a 10-second clip, Mayer questioned the role truth plays in the industry as the then CEO of Wikimedia. She took over as CEO of NPR in March of 2024. I think our reverence for the truth might have become a bit of a distraction that is preventing us from finding consensus and getting important things done, she told the crowd. Right. I think... Oh, God. You've got to be kidding me. So, should your tax dollars really be paying for an organization run by people who think the truth is a distraction? This is not the first time Elon Musk condemned Catherine Mayer for her disgusting comments. Elon Musk also called for NPR to be defunded in April after first hearing the clip. Okay. I'm for it. Anybody else? You good with it? I'm good with it. Yeah. Let's see here. Let's see here. Ukraine. Still part of that BBC report. Meltdown night. Yeah, right, Tryon? Oh, man. Oh, I can't wait to have a meltdown night. I mean, we've kind of been having it. Meltdowns here or there. We spent, I think it was the second night or the third night after the election, we watched a lot of meltdown videos. Will that be the butcher knife to the heart or the ice hatchet? Ice hatchet. I'm all in favor of ice hatchet. Me personally, I'm in favor of icicle. So, me and my brother, we... the comment has been made many times that we are twins that are 9 years apart. I'm 9 years older than him, but him and I are so much alike. Growing up, I was, I guess, I would constitute the big brother. I was a big tomboy and everything, so him and I are very much in line with things about this world, our perspectives. There's some things we definitely differ on, but we used to... My mom could never understand it. Me and him just thought it was a riot to describe... We would jokingly threaten each other with the worst way to kill one another. And don't ask me why or how this ever started, but it did. But we we ended up on deciding that the perfect murder weapon would be an icicle because you can't leave fingerprints and the murder weapon melts. So you can't prove it. Don't ask me why to explain the inner workings of me and my brother's twisted little minds, but it was funny. It is still funny because we still do it to this day. He's in his 30s, I'm in my 40s. We still do it to this day. My mom just shakes her head now. Like, she can't figure it out, but we love it. So, I'm always in favor of anything ice related because you can't prove it. A hatchet, obviously you can, but, they did that actually in one movie, and I was so excited. I actually filmed it with my phone and sent it over to my brother. It was that Christmas movie, Violent Night, and the chick or something like that, she grabbed an icicle off and stabbed it through the guy's throat, and I was so happy that I'd finally seen it happen in a movie for once. So, exactly, icicles, no fingerprints, no, the murder weapon dissolves. It's the perfect weapon for close combat. So, I filmed it and sent it to him, and we were just both so excited that a movie finally showed the perfect murder weapon, which is an icicle. Sorry, that's my little nostalgia rant for the evening. So Elizabeth Warren gets dragged on Twitter X for criticizing Trump's choice of Pete Hegseth for defense secretary. Oh, boo fucking who. Carrie Lake's husband files motion to dismiss Rhino Maricopa County Recorder Stephen Riker's defamation lawsuit after he destroyed evidence, refused to comply with discovery, filing, and disposition included. Fuck me, man. Megyn Kelly says there's no way MSNBC can keep racist Joy Reid on the air. She went on, so Joy Reid went on this fucking rant about white women being the problem. I'll see if I can find it for you guys, and then Megyn Kelly just rips her ass up. Let's see here, Joy Reid. What is this? So Comcast reportedly set to sell left-wing network MSNBC. The ratings have cratered 50% since the election. So apparently Rachel Maddow and Joy Reid are going to be jobless. Relic, the left has to actually move. You know, they have to get up off the couch, or they have to crawl out of a basement to actually attempt to do anything with the weapon or with an icicle. And yeah, I can go on and on for days about why the left is incapable. Oh man, so that'd be great. Joy Reid and Rachel Maddow off the air. God, the Trump effect is legit real, guys. Not everything, but let's see. I'm still trying to find the video. Fake news inferno. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I may have to. Ugh, I hate clicking into things. So it just bogs everything down. I don't have a supercomputer. Now, I know there's a video of it somewhere, so give me a moment, guys. I have to click around into multiple areas to find the damn thing. Please say... Okay, we'll try it from here. Okay, found the video, but we can listen to it. Or is that Megan? I want to hear the Joy Reid one first, then I want to hear Megyn Kelly. Okay, the Megyn Kelly. Alright, hope and prayers, guys, that this is both of them. North Korean soldiers joining Russia in combat, U.S. State Department says, Reuters. So, yes, the U.S. State Department, yes, the Pentagon talked about that a couple days ago, that North Korean soldiers were in the trenches along the front lines, but they had yet to engage Ukraine. So that's what they're looking for. So you got you got BBC and Kyoto, whatever that was, Kyoto. There we go, Kyoto. But yeah, that came from the Pentagon a couple days ago, that they would be joining, but whether they had actually done the fighting yet, that's what I'm looking for. Actual confirmation of the fight. All right, let's get this video playing. Ooh, I gotta be careful. It's off of Megyn Kelly's Sirius XM radio show, so that I have been flagged for before. I will get a little warning up about it. So I probably cannot play this one, guys. Let me play
that thing. I report women who may be thinking, hey, Do it. They're going to bust out their pea hats again. Okay. All right. Bust out their pea hats. And listen to Joy Reid's reaction.
Hey, I just want to give some free advice to the white progressives, particularly white progressive women who may be thinking about marching against the Trump victory, maybe putting back on the P-word hats and doing that thing. I would just say probably don't send any of those invites to any black women you know. I'm just going to tell you right now, they're not coming. Like, I'm pretty sure black women have resigned from the Save America Coalition, Save Democracy Coalition, and definitely the Save the Democratic Party Coalition. I think that's probably not happening. I would just keep those invites maybe among your own friends, because I don't think they're coming. But yeah, I think black women are now on the Save Black Women, Prioritize Black Men, and Prioritize Black Communities, Black Businesses, and that, and you know, the Black spaces. But Save America, Save the Democratic Party. Yeah, I don't think that's happening.
Okay. First of all, where is your hair? What happened to your hair, Joy Reid? It's gone. Like it's.
So, unfortunately, because the rest of it is the Megyn Kelly show on Sirius XM, I can't play it because of copyright infringement. But I will post it to Telegram, and you guys, of course, can listen to Megyn Kelly just rip her apart, and it is glorious. Megyn Kelly, again, she's come a long way. I'm glad she has stopped her. I don't want to go as far as to say her narcissistic feminist, perspectives on things. For a while there, she was very full of herself because her ratings did, they jumped. They went really, really fast. A lot of people supported her, watched her when she was on Fox, and it took her failing at CBS or ABC or wherever the hell she went and started her show on another network, and her shit plummeted. Nobody supported her anymore because she pissed the right off, and that was her main support. So she's come a long way, and she's knocked her bullshit off. So I'm glad she's back. I used to really, really like listening to her until she pulled that shit years ago. So, what is this? We got Steve Bannon at a Manhattan criminal court today for the WB, Build the Wall fraud pretrial hearing.
Mr. Bannon, you want to say anything?
Yeah, how did Nancy Pelosi and Tish James, thank you very much, appreciate you. How did they like getting their ass kicked on Tuesday? The American people rendered a verdict on their lawfare. You know what the American people told them to do? Go fuck themselves.
He does not mix words, man. He is just so blunt. It's so awesome. Oh, here's another clip of his.
The people rendered their verdict on all this lawfare on last Tuesday, 1 week ago. And like I have worked on for years and years and years, the whole country came together. Working class people all over came together, and they rejected what's going on in this court, what's going on with President Trump. The lawfare of Tish James and Alvin Bragg and Jack Smith and Merrick Garland has been rejected by a landslide by the American people. So the one thing I have to say to Merrick Garland, Lisa Monaco, Jack Smith, Tish James, Alvin Bragg, you wait. The hunted are about to become the hunters. Thank you very much.
Yeah, that is a very, very true statement. All right, it's in a ticker now. Relic. Man.
The approximately 50,000 text messages that I've seen with your personal beliefs like F Trump, stop Trump, impeach Trump, go ahead and confirm on the record that none of that occurred on an official FBI device or on official FBI time. Go ahead and do that.
Sir, no, they did. Many of them did.
Oh, they did. Okay, so
50,000, sir.
So really, no, I'll give you a chance at the end. So what you really meant to say was that when you said you never crossed that bright, inviolable line, what you meant to say was, except for 50,000 times, except for hundreds of times a day where I went back and forth, expressing my personal opinions about effing Trump and stopping Trump and impeaching Trump on official FBI phones, on official FBI time. Other than that, you never crossed that line. I'm sure there are 13,000 FBI agents out there that are beaming with pride at how clearly you've drawn that line. Agent Strzok, are you starting to understand why some folks out there don't believe a word you say, and why it's especially troubling that you, of all people, are at the center of the 3 highest profile investigations in recent times that involve President Trump, and that you were in charge of an investigation investigating, gathering evidence against Donald Trump, a subject that you hated, that you wanted to F him, to stop him, to impeach him? And do you see why that might call into question everything you've touched on all of those investigations? Chairman, I'm done with this witness, and I yield back.
Uh-oh. If you guys can hear me, I have reached a break point in OBS functionality, so OBS may shut down. Give me a few minutes and I will be back, provided it shuts down. I think it's going to. May or may not. I don't know. I clicked OK. It could shut down any moment. We'll keep going. I hope not. OBS has been having some issues lately. I don't know if they need to do a patch, an update, or what. Again, tomorrow morning I'll be off line for a couple hours. I have to just, you know, do some updates and fix some stuff and get that all squared away. Yes, Relic, they have until July 4th, 2026, which to fix the government, basically, between Musk and Vivek. They have 2 years. That's all that Trump's giving them. So by July 4th, 2026, which is the 250th anniversary of the United States, they should have the government in full compliance with how he wants things to run. So, a couple more things and then I'm gonna probably call it a night because I gotta get up in a few hours with my kiddos. Let's see, is there anything else just freaking phenomenal going on right now? Let me jump to the end of some of this stuff. So, what is this about? Don't do that. I hate when that crap happens. So, New York City big law partner Robert Gafurera is being considered for Trump's attorney general. Is he smart and successful? Sure. Does he have the courage to do what needs to be done as Trump's attorney general? Absolutely not. When Trump was being persecuted by a Mueller probe, Robert turned down the opportunity to defend Trump. That's all you need to know about him. When there's heat in the kitchen, Robert Gafurera, whatever his name is, goes missing. Well, again, unless it comes from Trump himself, Don't believe it. Just like they said earlier that Marco Rubio was going to be Secretary of State. Yeah. So here's another one. Dark horse for Attorney General is DEI peddling lawyer who refused to defend Trump against Mueller. Yeah, same guy. It's not going to happen, though. Trump is not going to be that stupid. Not again. Let's see here. Is there anything else that is just fully... So China presented at the Zhuhai Air Show a new version of the FH-97A guided unmanned aerial vehicle capable of controlling at least 12 units of kamikaze drones. The CSSS-2 short-range ground-based anti-missile defense system, an all-terrain laser weapon system, a small all-terrain radio reconnaissance, and an electronic warfare complex were also presented at the event. Let's see, is there anything else? Yeah, a lot of the same stuff.
يا حسام بعد فين
To all the feminists pledging to withhold sex in protest of Trump's election, if you actually possess that level of discipline, abortion wouldn't have been your #1 issue to begin with. 100%. Good grief. That is awesome. 100%. If you had that kind of discipline, this shit wouldn't have been an issue to begin with. Outstanding. Let's see here. NATO Secretary General spoke in favor of continuing the war in Ukraine. We must reaffirm our commitment to continuing the war, and we must do more than just keep Ukraine in the fight, said Mark Rutte, quoted by Reuters. The Secretary General stated that this at a meeting with Macron in Paris. Reuters believes that his words became a message to the next U.S. administration. Macron said at the same briefing that he would continue to insist on sending aid to Ukraine for as long as it takes. This is the only way to negotiate, and I want to make it clear that when the time comes, nothing should be decided on Ukraine without Ukrainians and on Europe without Europeans. That doesn't make any damn sense, but okay. Whatever, Macron, you are a fucking twisted guy anyhow. Yeah. Again, that fucking war needs to just stop. 500,000 dead. Oh, such a cute puppy. Hmm. The U.S. will deliver the entire amount of aid approved by Congress to Ukraine by January 20th. This is coming from Jake Sullivan, the National Security Advisor to the President of the United States, in an interview with CBS News. President Biden made it clear when President Zelensky was here in Washington a few months ago that we will spend all the resources provided to us by Congress on time and in full. This means that by January 20th, we will send Ukraine the full amount of resources and aid that Congress has sanctioned. Ugh, God. That is just freaking... incoming reports say Israel has captured Mustafa Razanaya, Hamas security chief in northern Gaza. So the enemy is really upset that Huckabee has been tapped because of his stance on Israel. So Huckabee is very pro-Israel. So there's a presser that he gave in 2017 that we're going to listen to in a moment. But his perspective on Israel can definitely instigate things.
My feelings personally, and I'm speaking only as a person, I think Israel would only be acting on the property it already owns. I think Israel has title deed to Judea and Samaria. There are certain words I refuse to use. There is no such thing as a West Bank. It's Judea and Samaria. There's no such thing as a settlement. They're communities, they're neighborhoods, they're cities. There's no such thing as an occupation.
That they get out of their minds that people are living in lean-tos, tents, sleeping in cars, circled around a tree. They're living in very well-designed and beautiful cities and communities. Can't wait to get back. I'm going to take an extra hat. I'm going to get it to President-elect Trump. Build Israel great again. Who knows? We may see him wear this out there in one of his rallies somewhere. I don't know. Can't promise that. I can only promise he will get a copy of the hat. Thank you very much.
Oh God. What? Why? Environmentalist activist Greta Thunberg unknowingly poses with pro-Israel sign in Tbilisi, Georgia. Greta Thunberg, a well-known environmental activist, was photographed in Tbilisi, Georgia, holding what she believed was an anti-Israel sign. However, the sign next to her actually read, "Palestine never existed. Israel is a country of heroes." The photo, reportedly shared on his social media, was later removed after followers informed her of the sign's true message. Dude, epic troll. That's great. I love that shit. How dare you? God. Just the left, the left's further exploitation of a child. No fucking surprise there. Let's see here. See what I can find on this. So, North Korean soldiers have officially started fighting alongside their Russian allies against Ukraine. That came in at 7:04 p.m. tonight, so just a few hours ago. The NATO chief vowed to kick U.S. out over Trump's Ukraine plan. What we know. Yeah, they flat out said they will kick the United States, that he wants to kick the United States out of NATO if we do not continue to support the war in Ukraine. They are opposed to ending the war. It's bullshit. Okay, so I have a name here, Relic. Vedant Patel, deputy spokesman for the U.S. State Department, is the one who gave that interview. To Kyoto. The U.S. administration believes that North Korean military personnel have begun participating in combat operations against the Ukrainian armed forces in the Kursk region. This is from Vedant Patel, deputy spokesman of the U.S. State Department. That's what I like to look for is a name, because then that means somebody talked. Absolutely. Oh yeah, we should leave NATO. Freaking the United States pays upwards of $860 billion of its 1 point something trillion dollar budget for NATO. We pay more than half. So fuck them. Like I said, we leave NATO, dude. Within a year, every European country is going to be speaking Russian. Middle finger, man. Let's see how well they do. They ain't gonna last very long. So yeah, those articles just came out a couple hours ago. So yeah, I did not see those, as I was out riding bikes with my son. So we have a name. We have a name of the U.S. official source for the North Korean stuff. So that, guys, is wow. The implications of that are gonna be freaking tremendous. It's gonna be huge, and I mean huge. Alrighty. What is this? What is this? Oh, it's the little puppy.
Okay, I'm just gonna get one, all right? It's just one, all right? How bad could one be? It's not that expensive. It's not, well, I mean, I have to get it a friend, right? I mean, who's he gonna talk to? He's gonna get bored. And you know, what if they get sick of each other? You know, they need a third guy. And honestly, I have 3. I might as well get the whole set, you know? I mean, like, why not? I mean, just complete it. I mean...
They're so cute. Oh, the little puppies. And they grow up to be jerk dogs, man. My 2 dogs, they're 2 and change right now, and oh my god. I just want to murder them. They're just so much energy and so eager and bouncing all over the place and jumping on you and hitting, you know, it's really actually really funny when their tails are wagging and they hit one of the boys in the private parts. See, me being a chick, I don't have to worry about that, but still it is kind of funny to watch because the dogs are just about that right height. I mean, I feel bad, but then I don't, because I'm not a dude. You know, that was the funniest joke, I think, on his channel that shall not be named. Was everybody thought I was a dude for the longest time. He even thought I was a dude. And it's just like, yeah, no, I'm a chick. It's in the name. XX. So Hezbollah says Israeli second ground operation to inflict more casualties on Israel. The Lebanese resistance is what they're calling themselves. Hezbollah has announced that Israel's second ground operation against Lebanon will cause higher casualties among their forces. Or among their own forces. Yeah. I don't know. Hezbollah has been kind of giving them a run for their money on the ground. Iran's ambassadors to Lebanon says several European countries are suspected for their role in procurement process of the pagers that exploded in Lebanon in September. Oh man, dude, the pager thing, that was freaking great. It was bad, but it was great. So, Iran's ambassador to Lebanon, since Lebanon does not have an alarm system, pagers were used by ordinary people to warn them of Zionist regime attacks. These devices were even supplied to schools. Pager explosions in Lebanon were definitely a war crime. So the UN Acting Undersecretary General for Humanitarian Affairs and Emergency Relief Coordinator of the United Nations Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs, holy fuck, that is a long-ass title, has condemned Israel for daily cruelty and for committing the most severe international crimes in Gaza. But no condemnation of anything that Hamas did to Israel. Isn't that amazing? Yeah, the ball whackers. That's actually a good name. So the Israeli political and security cabinet last night overwhelmingly approved the expansion of humanitarian aid to Gaza. Excuse me. Following the threat of an arms embargo from the Biden administration. As part of the decision that was brought to our attention, the scope of aid that will enter Gaza will be increased. The humanitarian zone will be expanded. There will be no forced deportation of Gazan citizens, even in war zones. Despite the increase in aid, the ministers decided at this stage Red Cross visits to Gazian detainees will not be allowed. The Prime Minister told the ministers, despite Trump's victory, there is a need to maneuver in the next 2 months against the incumbent Biden administration. Very interesting. So, I guess today is Independence Day for Poland. Following a very violent day from Lebanon with nearly 200 launches toward northern Israel, tonight is going to be a night Hezbollah would prefer to forget. So, I assume that they are going to experience some stuff here really, really soon. Man. Just like watching it. Sorry.
Dad was just nominated as President Trump's ambassador to Israel. I had the chance to go to Israel for the very first time with my dad when I was 11 years old, and it literally changed my life. There's no greater supporter and nobody that has a greater understanding of our two nations' unbreakable bond. And there is probably a little bit of bias, but there's no one who will do a better job in this role. Congratulations, Dad. We're all very proud of you.
Oh. U.S. Ambassador to Israel Mike Huckabee this morning in an interview to Israeli radio station. Is there a chance of declaring Israeli sovereignty in Judea and Samaria during Trump's term? Mike Huckabee's answer was certainly. So again, that's going to turn out very, very interesting, guys. You know, I keep seeing all of these videos and stuff of kids who die from the Israeli strikes and everything else. I'm going to ask this question here. Where the hell are the parents? I see all these kids that are supposedly dead in these white bags, but I never see any adults. You know, I see adults in other videos, and it's usually just straight out adults, but for some reason in these videos, it's all kids. Where are the parents? At any point in time here, where are these parents? And why are you staying in an area that is clearly announced it's going to be bombed by Israel? So why the hell are you staying there? Wow, Relic, that's something else. I don't know if I could eat dog. I mean, if I'm starving, I could, but if I had a choice, no.
Yo, Independence Day is almost here. We're getting ready in the Hegseth household. We celebrate America, Old Glory, and the freedoms our forefathers fought to establish. Freedom of religion, freedom of speech, freedom of the press, the right to bear arms, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. You know the thing, as Joe likes to say. We also know we're one nation under God. There are a lot of folks trying to divide us right now, but we know who we are. We love God, our families, and our republic. Your support of veteran-owned, American-made, anti-woke companies like Palmetto State Armory, Caliber Coffee, Right to Bear Self-Defense, and AAC Ammunition keeps us strong at home. We vote with our feet and our dollars to stay free. To that end, AAC just rolled out a new line of AK-47 ammo. That's right, because Russian ammo is now banned. So now you can buy American-made 7.62. That's what I'm talking about. Check the text below for more info. Happy Independence Day, everybody. From our family to yours, God bless America.
That is the new Secretary of Defense, guys. I'm just, like, shaking my head like, oh my god. This is gonna be something else.
The Democrats claim that Elon Musk's support of Donald Trump gave him an unfair advantage when their Kamala Harris only had the support of Google, YouTube, Facebook, TikTok, Snapchat, the New York Times, USA Today, Los Angeles Times, the Washington Post, The Hill, NBC News, CNN, MSNBC, CBS News, ABC News, PBS NewsHour, BBC News, CNBC, NPR, The View, Beyonce, Jennifer Lopez, Taylor Swift, Ariana Grande, Lady Gaga, Megan Thee Stallion, Cardi B, Eminem, Billie Eilish, Demi Lovato, Katy Perry, Stevie Wonder, James Taylor, John Legend, Neil Young, Stevie Nicks, Usher, Magic Johnson, Willie Nelson, Bruce Springsteen, Lizzo, Rihanna, Samuel L. Jackson, Tyler Perry, Kerry Washington, Angela Bassett, Alyssa Milano, Jennifer Aniston, Howard Stern, Julia Roberts, Harrison Ford, George Clooney, Tony Goldwyn, Eva Longoria, Jimmy Lee Curtis, Wanda Sykes, Barbra Streisand, Cher, Drew Barrymore, Oprah Winfrey, and Arnold Schwarzenegger, and Will Ferrell, Jeff Bridges, Chris Rock, Leonardo DiCaprio, Bill Clinton, Bill Gates, Michelle Obama, and Barack Obama. Yeah, you're right. You're right, Democrats. Our one little social media platform, X, outperforms your dozens of platforms, cable news networks, and your celebrities.
Oh, I'm saving that one too. It is great. I love it. Alright, folks. Well, it is after midnight here. I gotta get my little patootie to bed. Again, Relic, good find on those sources. I'm gonna make sure that I get that Pentagon briefing up, and again tomorrow, in the event that I see things starting to come out regarding that, I will go live. It doesn't matter what time of day it is. I usually try to save it just for the evenings because I have stuff I do during the day. But if something starts to break as far as NATO giving permission to Ukraine to use long range, United States does, whatever, I will definitely try to bring it live. What? Maria Zakharova stated that the ban on international election observation in 17 U.S. states is a direct violation of Washington's commitments to the... Wow, okay. So somebody make fun of... Not make fun. Somebody make sense of this one. Maria Zakharova, she's the press secretary basically for Putin, stated that the ban on international election observation in 17 U.S. states is a direct violation of Washington's commitments to the OSCE. She emphasized that this ban hinders the transparency of the electoral process. So I obviously need to look this up because I'm... So it's the elections observation has since been recognized as one of the most transparent and methodical ways to encourage states' commitment to democratic standards. That's going to take a lot of reading and oh yeah, no, I know it's Russian BS, but apparently the OSCE is yeah, it's csce.gov. So it's a thing. I'm going to have to educate myself on it to find out what the fudge she's specifically referencing, but so yeah, NATO Secretary General spoke in favor of continuing the war in Ukraine. That seems to be a thing right now. They're making money. They want it. They want that money. Israeli Minister Smotrich welcomed the president. That very well could be. Trying. Because, yeah, I'm looking down at that camera and it's not there, so you may have actually caught it. You may have caught the aircraft that did it. And that's a view. Dang. Yeah, two of them actually, yeah. Getting that fully on screen now. You got two of them in there. Far left right there, and then, yeah, right to the left of the smoke column. That's crazy. Good eyes. Man, I'm just curious how everything's gonna frickin' go now. There's just so much. Okay. That makes sense. Well, I think that's about it, folks. So Bill Aikman says he is hearing from business leaders who are giddy about Trump election win, even people who didn't vote for him. Yeah. Yeah, that's great. That was from @real Donald Trump. So on Truth Social. That's great. That's funny. Yeah, that's so yeah, this is coming out. Y'all notice how Trump has not confirmed Rubio or Noem yet. So everybody that's jumping off the fence and claiming that they've been selected for whatever is, yeah, hasn't happened. Ugh, God. My tinfoil hat guy. Okay, so here's our tinfoil hat moment. President Donald Trump has given the green light. Global military alliance underway. Global alliance to take over major fake news media and make mass arrests. Yeah. Tinfoil hat moment over. Just enough's enough sometimes. What the hell? So, let's we'll put that up there. I don't know if Danielle's still on here, if she went ahead and went to bed. But, that's not good. So, Mexico is preparing to engage in trade wars with the United States. Okay. So, a healthy teenager fights for her life in hospital after catching the bird flu from an unknown source in Canada. Yep, just in time for Trump's presidency, right, guys? Not surprised at all. Yep, we are potentially 24 hours or less away from them shutting down InfoWars, guys. Yep, and Melania Trump declines to meet with Jill Biden, deal to Mar-a-Lago raid. She snubbed the First Lady. Ah, good for her. Head of Church of England, who crowned King Charles and married Harry and Meghan, has stepped down for covering up serial child abuse. No shocker there. So yeah, the Trump draft executive order would create a warrior board to purge generals unfit for leadership. Oh man, I can't wait. Oh, that would be something else. Could you imagine something like that happening? Finally getting out the generals who are traitorous to the United States. And they can justify to themselves all day long how they're supporting and defending the Constitution when that's not even close. God, I wonder if Pete's like the youngest Secretary of Defense. Okay, Mexico. Yeah, one can hope. We'll see what they do. We'll see what everybody does, man. We still got a long way to go. There's no telling what they're gonna try to do. Well, folks, that's it for me. I gotta get off to bed. I know some of you guys gotta get off to bed too. Hopefully we'll again keep watch on that whole North Korea thing unfolding in Ukraine, because now it's calling the United States bluff. Ukraine has done quite a bit at crossing Russia's red lines, and they allow it to happen, and then they redraw red lines until the point they've come to, you know, the final red line of, you do this, we're just going to drop some nukes. That's the red line that they're at right now, which has not been crossed. The United States, NATO, they drew the line with the North Korean troops, said if it happens, then, you know, they'll authorize whatever, you know, Ukraine needs. So now it's basically Russia calling everybody else's bluff just to see. So everybody rest well, and I will see you guys tomorrow. Again, we'll be up and running, and if stuff happens, I will go live.
test count 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1. Ramcon test count out.
Oh, yes, the sleeping pills. Civil defense officials in Cumberland have told newsmen that murder victims show evidence.
Downtown lights start to come out at night. We go insane, we go insane. And when I arrive, I start to lose my mind. I go insane, I go insane. 'Cause they told me you take too much. Yeah, I sure do, so I can feel that now. If they only knew how this was, yeah, they would too, just to feel that now. 'Cause I ain't got no friend, I ain't got nobody, all I got ahead is a moonlit road.
E-lines will found getting good com checks on 18 minutes break. Calling second station. Break, stay out. Will found com check HF.
Maybe I can, maybe if I tell you.
Oh, I knew you'd call back. You must be missing me so bad. When you left, you said that I don't deserve you, but I can see that you don't wanna lose what we had. Oh, you're the one that I need. Let's just take it slow and just breathe. Loving someone is not easy, you know, but it makes us feel alive. So we go with the flow. I just need some time now to get things clear now, to get rid of my doubts, to get rid of my fears. I just need some time now to get things done now, things I love, things I want. I do what's best for me, what's best for you. But if you fall, who's next to you? I do what's best for me and best for you. I know it hurts 'cause I'm hurt too. I need another you. I just need some time now, need to figure out now if there's still a way for love. I just need some time now, need to think about now if it's worth the pain, if it's worth to wait. I do what's best for me, what's best for you. But if you fall, who's next to you?
Let us proceed with the first song.
Take him down and book him.
نطلع الصبح وننزل بكير ان شاء الله. ما لو في هذا بنشتغل، لو في كارت 6 سنوات بعيد انا في بس انا هلا
tried so hard, but I couldn't take your face out of my heart. I can't hold back these feelings I have. They are overwhelming me when you look at me. I tried so hard, but I couldn't take your face out of my heart. I can't hold back these feelings I have. They are overwhelming me when you look at me. Feel alive, since you fill my mind with delight in your eyes. Never forget the times we had. You're the only one I see when you look at me. I tried so hard, but I couldn't take your face out of my heart. I can't hold
She must have